Okay, welcome to November's board meeting on the 24th. We will get started. Everybody who's able, would you please stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, I call the meeting to order at 5:31. Any additions to the agenda? Yes, John. Could you turn your mic on, please? Oh.
I'll wait till those get handed out.
Okay. Oh, while we're doing that, we're going to take a roll call vote of who's here. A roll call of who's here.
Attendance, I think.
There you go. That too.
Okay.
Roll call for attendance. Trustee Daly.
Here.
Trustee Dotson.
Here.
Trustee Guerra.
Present.
Trustee Miller.
Here.
Trustee Reyes.
Present.
Trustee Walcott.
Here.
Chair Swanson.
Here.
There is a quorum.
John, could you give us just a minute to read this? Oh, okay. All right, well, yeah, anytime. Go ahead.
Yeah. I have three things I'd like to add to the agenda, and rather than put them in one package, I'd like to take them one at a time. The first one is a proposal that would be item 186. It'd be item 187, and that's to effective immediately. The president shall take the necessary actions to promulgate to each member of the Board of Trustees a copy of the current final employment agreement of the president.
Second.
Okay. All right, discussion?
The reason for this is, I'm not sure how that happened, but I went back and looked at my records, and all I have is draft copies that were hacked up. I don't have a smooth copy.
Okay, I believe that they were emailed earlier today.
Yes, I emailed them to everybody. You'll be in your Mott mailbox.
Okay. Well,
Somebody did not get them, let me know.
Okay.
Second one I have
We have to do these one at a time.
is really concerning that effective immediately, the Board of Trustees shall undertake the development of criteria to assist the president in communicating clearly and effectively with the Board of Trustees with the goal of completion in April of 2026. This is just simply that the board has not, in any that I'm aware of, given any specific guidance to the president on how we want to have what information we're looking for as a board and how that information should be presented to us. We've used what in the past has been a helter-skelter process where one board member might ask something and it was never clear whether that was something that was going to continue or not. What this would do is set the stage up. There's some things that we probably need to know to be able to assist us in the area of governance.
Okay.
And this would simply set the stage for the Board of Trustees to work towards developing that plan. And certainly the president would be participating in that. And for instance, if we're going to have, and I think it's reasonable in an organization this size to have some reports coming to us on a regular basis, and we need to identify those for the president, because what we don't want to do, I believe, is get into a situation come August of '26 where we are then doing the regular evaluation of the president and things pop up and we haven't provided her any direction that was something we wanted to take a look at. So this is just simply a way of setting the starting gate for what we're looking at in terms of communication between her and us.
Okay, I do have a question on that, John. Would that be going to the policy committee to set a policy
No,
for
I think
that?
it-
So it's, set in stone of what we want?
Well, anything that we do is always subject to revision. Okay, so if approved, this is just the establishment of a process. Okay, then that would get, in turn, probably, once it comes back to the board, the board would have to either approve it, look at the finished version of that as a board, and either approve that or send it to the entire, or send it to policy with specific recommendations. But that way, it helps policy, I believe, because it doesn't force a lot of what should be board-wide work on 2 or 3 people. And it cuts down the time, I think, that we'll be able to put this together and get it in place. And I don't see anything really difficult about it.
Okay,
Was that a motion?
We're just.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
We're just adding it to the agenda right now.
No, I understand that, but you had said you wanted to go do them separately, and the motion,
That's number 2.
I understand.
Number
But
3 is overcome by this.
I understand that. But you made a motion, I seconded it. He said that, Kerry said that he had sent that information out. The motion was never withdrawn. My second was never withdrawn.
Well,
The second thing, I guess
I think
Clarifying.
if we've got a motion on the floor that's been made and seconded, I think we have to dispose of the motion.
yes,
yes,
that's my point.
For the first one.
Yes.
The first
Yes,
one.
Yeah.
that's what I was being told. All right, so I got
To add it to the agenda.
to add it to the agenda. I've got a motion that's seconded to add item number 1 to the agenda. Can we take a roll call vote on that?
This is Trustee Daly's motion to add to the agenda as item number 1.87, distribution of a copy of the current final employment agreement of the president. It was moved by Trustee Daly and seconded by Trustee Reyes. Trustee Daly.
No. Well, yes, I have, as the maker of the motion, I have to support the motion. Okay.
Trustee
Well, I vote yes.
Dotson.
Yes.
Trustee Guerra.
No.
Trustee Miller.
No.
Trustee Reyes.
No, I mean, yes, but it was already done. So, yeah, it's a moot point. I would have rather seen us withdraw the motion than do it this way, but I'm a yes because I wanted to see that done.
So your vote is a yes to add it to the agenda? Okay. Trustee Wolcott?
No.
And Chair Swanson?
No. It's already been done.
So the motion to add it to the agenda fails on a vote of 4 noes and 3 ayes. It's not added to the agenda, but it
Okay.
is moot.
Okay, there you go.
Which would be the still existing 186 on the business agenda, is that effective immediately, the Board of, is development of managerial criteria for the president in communications with the Board of Trustees. And if it's put on the agenda, then the bold print is the motion that would be discussed.
I second the addition of this to the agenda.
We have a motion and seconded. Any discussion? Carrie?
There has been previous discussion, and I think it's closely related, as to the criteria by which to evaluate the president, which, of course, in the contract, you may recall, but it does, in any event, the contract indicates that those criteria are to be prepared in coordination with the completed strategic plan. My recommendation is that these two efforts be undertaken together. That is, what the president would communicate and how the president would be evaluated seem like two peas in a pod to me.
Well, we can discuss that when it comes up on the agenda, so.
Okay.
All right, motion to seconded. Any other discussion? Could you do a roll call vote on that, please?
So on the motion to add to the agenda, trustee Daly made the motion, trustee Reyes seconded it. The item would be added as item 1.87, which would be the next item of new business. The development of managerial criteria for the president and communications with the Board of Trustees. Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Could I wait on my vote?
Yes, I can pass. Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
And Chair Swanson?
Yes.
The motion to add it to the agenda as item 1.87 passes.
1.87? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, John?
And the third one would be 187?
The next number would be
188?
1.88.
1.88. Proposing termination of services by an independent contractor prior to end of term. And that's to bring this in line with the whistleblowing protection that employees have.
I'm not clear on what the motion is.
What this would do is if you're
No.
going to terminate an
I understand, but what's the motion, so that way I can...
This is the motion just to put it on the agenda.
Right, I thought that's what you would be reading, and then we'd get into discussion
And then when
on...
we get into the discussion portions, then I'll go into more depth in this.
Okay. I second the addition.
Okay, I've got a motion that's been seconded. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
On trustees Daly motion to add to the agenda as item 1.88, termination of services by an independent contractor prior to end of term. Trustee Reyes seconded the motion, and trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
No.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes?
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
Adding it to the agenda as 1.88 passes.
And I thank the board for your indulgence.
Okay, any other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, the adoption of the agenda.
Excuse
I
me,
move
Chairman
we-
Swanson.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Just want to make sure, there were some things that were discussed at the last board meeting that we asked, that we thought attention to those conversations will be brought forth today. So I don't know if we need to ask that be added to the agenda. For one specifically, the conversation from the public announcement for the apology or some type of response to the presentation that was made at the last meeting.
I believe that I'm going to ask the board to go into closed session and have the attorney, I've had him look into this and have him give a legal opinion and guidance.
I'm prepared
Okay,
to do
thank
that.
Pardon
Excuse
me?
me?
I'm prepared to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
The Open Meetings Act allows closed session for the purpose of considering a matter such as this, including a legal opinion about it. I believe that I have never, in my 41 years of advising colleges and universities, seen a discussion like this take place in anything other than in closed session. If somebody has a different experience, please let me know, but that has been my experience all of these years. The board and council can have an attorney-client privilege discussion without waiver of the privilege. All questions can be asked, and I can provide extremely, I hope you'll find helpful advice about the matter, and then the board can consider that advice, ask any questions. That would be the reason.
Frankly, that's in line with my understanding of the provisions of the Open Meetings Act. I just wanted to be on the record with clarity what the reason was that we were going into closed.
Thank you.
Kenyatta, did you have anything else?
No, thank you so much.
Okay. All right, I believe,
I move the adoption of the agenda as amended.
Second?
motion made that's been seconded. Any discussion? No? All right, we can do this just by, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, recognition of guests. Shanta?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would like to invite Vice President Robert Matthews to introduce and recognize Dr. Jennifer Fish Ferguson.
Good evening, Chairman Swanson, Madam President, and trustees. I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Jennifer Fish Ferguson to come down, and as we affectionately refer to her as JFF. Dr. Jennifer Fish Ferguson, please come on down. So, in this season, we often reflect on the importance of giving thanks. And so I think it's appropriate today that we, as a body and as a community, give some thanks to Dr. Fish Ferguson. She went on a mission a little while ago and brought forward some ideas to the administration to really focus on improving the wellness for our college as a community. And you can see a few of the things, but I want you to just know that this is really, it's a holistic sense of wellness. So not only is it about, physical wellness and keeping us moving, but also some of the mindfulness things and things that just help us to take a pause and to do some self-reflection and to really think about how to, just stay centered. And so we just thought it was important to take a moment to offer some thanks to her for all of the work that she's been doing. And we're not done because we started with the faculty and staff and administration, and we have a project to roll this out further to students. But I want to start today just by saying thanks and to give you an opportunity just to share.
Thank you. Much appreciated, not expected. I brought to administration that I wanted them to walk their talk. They care about their employees, then make it possible for the employees to take mental health breaks and to be able to move. And they obliged me, and then some of them have had to have walking meetings with me because that's how we stay healthy, and it's how you keep a meeting in under 12 minutes because that's how fast I walk a mile. I am truly, truly appreciative and grateful that you heard what I had to say. You didn't just shove me out of your office, but said, come to the table, let's have a conversation. So I'm just thankful to have open and receptive leaders that want to build up their community.
You're welcome. And so, Shonda, thank you for picking up that mantle and for sharing it with us and opening the door for us to work with Dr. Fish-Ferguson on this.
Absolutely. She does tremendous work, and her passion and excitement, it's contagious. So I was very pleased and excited to support the initiatives, and they're very well received. So they include some work release time for every employee throughout the week by semester, and it's with classes available at the Durham, and they can also use the time for walking and any other wellness activity that fits for them. So we appreciate that and all the other activities that you propose and support, and we're grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No, Dr. Lynch, I think he has a question.
Last bullet down there, partnering with continuing education to developing new courses. That's glad to see that with the outreach effort. What types of things are you looking at? Just broad
So,
brush.
not just looking at exercise-based classes, but also mindfulness practices. We live in a very 30-second chaotic world. Most people don't know how to calm down. Most people are addicted to screens. So the concept of being able to take a minute and breathe is a huge one. Teaching people actually how to step back, take a minute to center themselves, and move forward. And honestly, it was born from being in the classroom after COVID, and we opened the world back up. As I was teaching, I noticed students had zero idea how to self-regulate. So in my other job, when I don't sleep, I train yoga teachers. And so I started bringing breathing into my classroom. The simple act of we're going to sit as a collective unit and breathe for 4 minutes. Center yourself, get your nervous system calmed down so you can actually pay attention in the classroom for the learning you're about to do. So I've worked with the CRIM, brought different mindfulness activities on campus just to teach people how to self-regulate. I think it's a skill that's not out there enough.
Can board members use this? I'm serious.
I'm sure administration can tell you,
I
be
second that.
careful what you ask for.
We should have a mindful session before each board meeting.
We got to start someplace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, JFF, and thank you, Robert. Next, James Mitchell, Acting Associate Vice President of Human Resources, will recognize our October and November Commitment to Excellence Award winners.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to recognize the Commitment to Excellence Award winners for October and November. And then I have a special request for you. In October, Alicia Turner won the award from our student. She's a student life coordinator, and the honorable mention was Zena Williams, Executive Director of Financial Aid Office. In November, the honorable mention was Ross Domke, and our winner was actually not present because he was on parole, or patrol. Sorry. Sorry, Kyle. That was a Freudian slip. But I would like to read Kyle's submission for her nomination. So Officer Hoffman is the definition of a true professional and leads by example every single day. He is proactive, consistently staying active and busy to ensure the continuous safety of our campus and the campus community. This reliability is evident across every level of his performance. Officer Hoffman consistently signs up for overtime shifts, often sacrificing his personal time to fill critical gaps in coverage. Beyond his proactive policing, Officer Hoffman embodies the ethical core of law enforcement. He treats every individual, regardless of their race or identity, with the utmost dignity and respect. This commitment to fair and equitable service is paramount to the trust we as a police department build within our community. The reason I'm so happy tonight is Kyle is here with his wife and his son, Oliver, and I would like him to stand up and be recognized, please. No, man, do we have to get a picture later? Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, Jordan, are there any communications?
Yes, Mr. Chair, in your agenda packet, there is a memo from the City of Grand Blanc dated October 20th, and it's subject Grand Blanc City, or subject line Grand Blanc City Downtown Development Authority, informational meeting, and that was on November 5th.
Thank you. Okay, moving along, comments from the public. Public comment is welcome at the meeting in accordance with the Open Meetings Act and Board Policy 1640. It is the best practice for the board to enforce all of its board policies, including 1640. Just to summarize, Board Policy 1640, speakers must identify themselves and any group that they may represent. They must identify the subject matter of their remarks, and they are limited to 5 minutes each. In order to give each speaker a fair chance to speak, we will time the remarks, and at the 5-minute mark, we will politely ask you to wrap it up. Speech that is inappropriate or defamatory will be deemed to be disruptive, and the speaker can be removed from the meeting, and any of the charges, excuse me, I'm having a hard time seeing it. Any of the charges of wrongdoing, especially those that impugnate an individual, their reputation. This will be deemed inappropriate and defamatory. Please bear the rules in mind as you speak. Jordan?
The first comment has been submitted by Bobby Walton of Davis, Michigan, on the topic of public interest and board action.
There you go.
I get an introduction with music. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Tonight I come to you with a particular purpose. I was thinking on my way in that when I took a course in training when I was working for the Internal Revenue Service. First you tell them what you're going to tell them, then you tell them what you told them. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you, which is the same thing I've been telling you for 2.5 years, which is I represent the public interest, and I will continue to pound upon you about recognizing the public's right to have input, to have access to information, and to be able to hold you accountable for the decisions you make and the things that you do in the name of Mott College and in the name of the public that elected you. So I thought about everything I learned from reading, because you certainly build on what you already know. And one of the things that came to my mind, because I do tend to seek metaphor or analogy when I try to make a point. And it was this chapter from the book of Matthew in my Bible. And it deals with building your house on rock or building your house on sand. And I will read, it's a short chapter. Everyone then who hears these words of mine and acts on them will be like a wise man who built his house on rock. The rain fell, the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house, but it did not fall, because it had been founded on rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not act on them will be like a foolish man who built his house on sand. The rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell, and great was its fall. And the reason that brought to mind the metaphor that I wanted to use as my comments to you tonight is that in going back over the actions of this board over the last 2.5 years, my first time that I spoke with you was triggered by something that was perceived to be an act that you did, and I believe it was probably a good perception, that violated the Open Meetings Act to actually establish leadership for your new board in January of 2023, which was decisions were made behind closed doors, and the action was taken without public input or public knowledge before the public had an opportunity to speak. And then we moved directly from there into firing your board attorney, and through actually hiring the chairman's own personal attorney to represent the board. All of those things were objected to by the public, and yet this board paid no attention. When you build your house on rock, you're building your house on public support, because the public actually has to give you legitimacy. If we don't trust you, or we don't feel like you're going to be doing actions in our best interest, then how do we trust you? And without trust, we don't feel like you're doing the right thing with the money that we actually give to support this college. And I attended a meeting in, I believe it was June, and it was a meeting of the Committee of the Whole, and it was to discuss finances, and part of that was to look at all of the repairs and the necessary upgrades to systems that needed to take place on campus and the projected cost of all of it. And some of it was vital, some of it needed to be done quickly. And it was suggested that one of the ways to raise the money to do all of this was to go out to the public and ask for a millage. Well, now you know that people will give you money if they believe that you're using it for the right purposes or for the best purposes of the tax money. But getting people to approve an increase in their taxes is not going to be easy. For a public not to trust this board to make the right decisions for the public, building your house on sand is not going to get you the millage you need to do the work you do, and then your house is going to fall. The money that you have in your bond issues, which are currently in reserve, were also voted by the public. The public voted to give you that money. You have to build your house on rock. And I believe that one of the things that was probably the most offensive to us was when you went behind any public input or public access and hired a president. First you started with an interim president, and you brought that president to be the president. And it's not personal. I sat next to your president at the alumni dinner last week, and we had a very nice time. We didn't poke at each other with our forks or do anything horrible. I think we could probably be friends. It's not personal. It's not about her. It's about the process. And since I say that I represent the public interest, then I do expect that the process that is expected will be followed, which is provide us more input and more access. And to try to gloss it over and say that what you did in the past is over and now we need to go forward. No, because you did not build your house on rock, you built it on sand. I think the things that have been happening are things that this board needs to revisit. They're things that need to be talked about. And I know you're having a closed session to talk about what recently happened. But those are things that are serious that bring about public concern. And so I guess I'm going to tell you what I told you. I told you that the public is paying attention. When Dr. Beverly was able to pull this college through a terrible time when COVID was actually in danger of closing everything down and causing absolute turmoil, and she was able to pull it out, it was because the public supported her and supported the college. If you run against a crisis and you're not able to overcome it, you have to count on the public to come forward and to support you to do that, and we have to give you the legitimacy of trusting you. So thank you for listening.
The next comment has been submitted by Paula Weston on the of Flushing, Michigan, on the topic of Mott is a public institution.
Good evening, everyone. Get my eyes out. I'm really sorry about that. Okay. So my name is Paula Weston, and I teach English here at Mott Community College, for those of you who don't know me. I'm also a stakeholder. I live in Mott's district. I'm also the division representative for the Faculty Union for Arts and Humanities. I just want to disclose that, but I'm not here on their behalf. I'm here as an employee of Mott Community College. I want to follow up on what was reported at the October 27th board meeting regarding Shonda Richardson-Snell's proselytizing while representing Mott Community College in an official capacity. And I'm not going to lie, it makes me really uncomfortable talking about this for several reasons. I would never be discussing the president's religious beliefs in a public forum if she wasn't herself centering her faith as part of her job at Mott Community College. Most of us use faith and spiritual beliefs as guiding moral and ethical principles and codes. I would expect any president of any college, public or private, to do the same, including Shonda Richardson-Snell, of course. I do this as well. I was raised Catholic by parents who not only believed in public service, but who were public servants themselves, both in the secular world and in every church community to which they belonged. My father was also an Air Force veteran, and there is a long history of military service in my family. My parents instilled in me a lifelong commitment to serve. This also makes me really uncomfortable. This mention of the faith in which I was raised, a religion I no longer embrace, because my spirituality and beliefs are intensely personal. I share this to make a point. I do not believe as Shonda Richardson-Snell believes, and that is a problem. Because I work here where the head of this institution does not distinguish between her own personal religious beliefs and her mission as president of Mott Community College. In using her position as president of Mott to attempt to convert others to her own personal faith, or to signal to others that there is only one faith, the one that she personally espouses, she creates a very binary way of looking at things. Either you're with her or you're against her. Her behavior in this regard is completely unacceptable at a public community college, and there is no other way to put it. When Trustee Reyes shared with us at the last board meeting what a student told him about an interaction that the student had had with the president at one of her meet and greets, I was astonished and dismayed. The student told Trustee Reyes that the president asked the student if he was aware of the one truth and that there was only one truth. And after mentioning that, the student said that the president told the student that there is a struggle for the world and that the devil is involved. Whew. Because of the president's binary thinking, this is what that means. Anyone who doesn't believe as she does is either in league with the devil or corrupted by the devil. Anyone who doesn't believe as she does is somehow evil. I work here and I do not believe as Shonda Richardson-Snell does. And because I know that, and because I know what she believes, which I totally respect personally, but because she has espoused that on the job, I know that she will never respect or value me as an employee because I do not share her faith. She can never value anyone who works at Mott if they do not believe as she does. If this board of trustees doesn't see that as a problem, then there is a big problem with this board. What Celia Perez Booth shared in the public comments of the last meeting is also deeply disturbing and further illustrates Shonda Richardson Snell cannot separate her personal faith from her job as head of this public institution. After the Peace and Dignity ceremony, the president asked a guest if he had been saved and accepted by Jesus as his Lord and Savior, a question that Ms. Perez Booth called repugnant because in context it was repugnant. I cannot separate this question myself from the racist optics of any white person asking an indigenous person if they had been saved in the vernacular of evangelical Christianity. It's a stunning thing to have heard. That the president did this while on the clock at Mott is doubly stunning. To exhibit a profound misunderstanding of and disregard for the Peace and Dignity ceremony is one thing, but to do so while there in her official capacity is mind-boggling to me. When the majority of this board flipped in early 2023, something to which Bobby alluded, it was mentioned repeatedly that DEI is some sort of dividing force at Mott. Then the board hired a president that has divided Mott in a deliberate way based on her religious beliefs. You're either with her or against her. It's either God or the devil. And we know what she thinks about that. Thank you for your time.
The next comment's been submitted by Brandy Pirtle of Burton, Michigan, on the topic of religious motivation and student equality.
Hi. Thank you for having me. My name is Brandy Pirtle, and I'm here as a voter, a woman, a mother, a community member, a volunteer, an advocate, and an activist. I'm here today because over the last couple of weeks, several staff members, students, and other community members have come to me, and they've shared with me how uncomfortable and violated they felt by what's been happening on this campus. Their concerns, along with my own experiences as a parent, a sexual abuse survivor, someone with friends enrolled here, are what brought me today. I've heard directly from students and staff who felt uncomfortable, judged, or even violated by the anti-abortion display that was put inside the Student Life Center. I understand this may have been placed by a volunteer, but that doesn't change the impact on the people who have to walk past it every day. What matters is that it was allowed in a shared space, overseen by the college, in a space where students eat, study, gather, and try to feel safe. When a religiously motivated display is permitted in an official student area, students don't see a volunteer project. They see something an institution allowed to stand. And several students told me they felt so uncomfortable and spiritually pressured, they wanted to leave the school entirely. Others said they avoided the whole building that day because of how it made them feel. So public institutions are responsible for the environments they create. If something is allowed in a student space, it communicates endorsement, even if that was not the intention, and that goes against the purpose of a student life space. These are areas that are supposed to be educational, neutral, and nonpartisan, so every student, no matter their background or beliefs, can feel welcome and safe. This is where the constitutional line becomes more than words on paper. For over 60 years, the Supreme Court has been clear. In Engel versus Vitale, in Abington versus Shemp, the court said public institutions cannot promote religion or place students in situations where they feel pressured by it. In Lee versus Wiseman, the court said even emotional or indirect pressure still counts as coercion. And in Santa Fe versus Doe, they ruled that religious expression becomes unconstitutional when it appears to have the approval or permission of a public institution. Allowing a display with clear, well-known religious message in a central student space fits right into those concerns. And this leads me directly into what happened with the Native American peace ceremony. That was not a minor misunderstanding. That was a boundary being crossed in front of community members. Approaching a man leading a healing ceremony and asking if he had accepted Christ wasn't just inappropriate, it was disrespectful to indigenous spiritual practice and crossed the same constitutional line. In Torcaso versus Watkins, the court said the government cannot favor one religion over another. That moment publicly showed what students have been describing privately, personal beliefs being pushed into public spaces where they don't belong. All of this is happening while Mott is already under the watchful eye of the public. Attorney resignations, faculty votes of no confidence, news coverage calling the board dysfunctional, and accreditation concerns raised in recent months. When an institution is already being scrutinized this closely, actions like this only raise more questions about oversight and leadership. Flint is a community built on diversity, solidarity, and survival. People here don't look the same, they don't believe the same, or come from the same traditions, and that is our strength. When the last board seat was filled, the message shared publicly was one promise of embracing diversity. That's what this community expected. We're entering a dangerous time of personal beliefs, we're entering a dangerous time if personal beliefs, any beliefs, start to shape public policy or student life. A community college cannot be safe for everyone if only certain beliefs are welcome, and Genesee County deserves better than that. The separation of church and state has protected this county, our country, for generations. It is not broken. It does not need to be weakened or reinterpreted. It needs to be respected so every student, every survivor, every Indigenous person, every future student, and every member of this community can walk into a public institution without feeling judged or pressured. All I'm asking today is that this board takes these concerns seriously, protect the neutrality of shared student spaces and in the future from all faith backgrounds and from none. Let's make sure what happened with the display at the and with the peace ceremony never happens again. Thank you for your time.
The next comment has been submitted by Elizabeth A. Petrie of Fenton, Michigan, on the topic of seeking endorsement for investment in My Kids Ballot Initiative.
Hi, I'm Liz Petrie, and I'm going to be starting here at Mott in January, so I'm very excited about that. I've come to talk to you about the Invest in My Kids Ballot Initiative, seeking your endorsement, hopefully your signatures on this. Currently, Michigan ranks 33rd in the nation when it comes to overall child well-being, and Michigan's national education ranking dropped from 41st to 44th over the past year. Michigan saw a 10% increase in both the percentage of fourth grade readers not proficient in reading and the percentage of eighth graders not proficient in math from 2019 to 2024. Nearly 3/4 of Michigan students are unprepared for college, according to the Michigan League for Public Policy. Michigan children are learning less than kids in every other Midwest state, according to the National Center on Education Statistics. The Invest in My Kids ballot initiative seeks an additional 5% fair share surcharge on individuals earning over $500,000 or joint filers over $1 million. This amendment states that 100% of this money goes to where it matters most, to support classrooms in local districts, including funding for career and technical education, attracting and retaining high-quality educators, and reducing class sizes. Estimates say this will generate between $1 billion and $1.7 billion in new annual revenue for public K-12 schools. I'm seeking the board's endorsement for this initiative, and I hope that if you haven't, you're willing to sign it. I would like to see all Michigan students feeling prepared and ready to go to college. I know that when I graduated, I didn't, and now as a late-in-life learner, I am very lucky to be able to have grants to go to school, but I have a child who's now touring colleges, looking to go to college. I have a second-grade son as well. And so, in my personal opinion, and for myself and for parents like me, making sure that we have enough money in our education to have students that feel confident and ready for higher education, so that students in Michigan, we can tell the rest of the country we have the best students that are prepared for the workforce, who can make the most money, and can see themselves succeed and live and thrive in Michigan. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Darrell Brown and Dwayne Williams of Phi Eta Psi on the topic of Mott fraternity and community.
How y'all doing? I'm Darrell Brown from Phi Eta Psi fraternity, representing Phi Eta Psi fraternity.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dwayne Williams, Jr. I am the president representing Phi Eta Psi fraternity.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shantae Smith. I am an alumni of Mott Community College and a member of Phi Eta Psi fraternity.
He helps oversees and makes sure that everything that we do for the fraternity stays in line with their wishes and their goals, and ultimately the vision that we look to cast going forward. Thank you all for allowing us to have this opportunity. I wanted to talk for a minute about a couple things, which is the proposals that we have put together, and hopefully we can come back next month and give a full presentation for to help increase in student engagement, student enrollment here at the actual college, because we know that numbers here need to, go up a little bit. And so therefore, we have a few things that we would like to be able to do to help that go along. Some of these events are simple but fun, and they're aimed at getting the college students involved, but also the local colleges involved. Like, for instance, one of the things is a proposed laser tag event, right, where we actually go to the actual high schools and recruit them on campus and allow them to be able to come here, have fun, and then also be able to actually go about having a recruitment table set up to be able to recruit those students actually while they're here. We have quite a few others that are already, that we're working out. For instance, comedy shows, talent shows, and then my personal favorite, step competitions. I feel like we need to be back in that type of space. But the aim here is to be able to have the community come back to life and really incentivize cross-college like collaboration. We have frat brothers that are over at U of M Flint and also at Kettering, and so we look to use those student populations to, again, be able to attract and then to continue to build on the student life here. Education is very, very important, but also if we're being realistic, students, we pick our schools based off of the extracurricular activities also. And so if we don't have a few that will at least incentivize them to at least make this an option or a choice, unfortunately, we'll get left out. And that's something that I don't want to see. Me personally, I am a product of Mott. So far, I'm back here on my second stint as a student, and I can't tell you how much time I've enjoyed, and I'm sorry I'm talking so much, guys, but I've enjoyed being a student here, and it has developed me in so many different ways. Outside of this and the fraternity, I'm also an entrepreneur and an inventor. I developed the technology to be able to help assist schools with active shootings and to be able to get information back and forth. From our resources and our research, we've only found that our budding rival is actually Homeland Security himself, right? And so, sorry, Santiago. But with that being said, I'm a student of Mott, and this is what has come from the faculty pouring into someone like me. And so there are many things that I feel like Mott is very, very good for. And that ultimately we hope to be able to lean into going forward. So this is, again, a proposal to be able to come back next month and to be able to give a short presentation on those things from the events list and how we propose it, we can pull them off, and hopefully the numbers that can come back from it to my technology and what it can do as putting together a pilot program here and what those things can do for the community as a whole. So, yeah.
No, the only thing I really want to just speak on really quick is pretty much positivity. One thing that we want to do is also bring more positive in negative situations. If people that are speaking negative, and that's all we always hear, we're going to think that's all that it is.
Absolutely.
But the way to be able to combat those things is to be able to speak positivity. So I want to say that there is a lot of good things that is happening in Flint. You guys are doing a great job. I know we have our days and all that. We got a lot to learn and do. You know, each and every single one of you are doing a great job. Keep doing what you got to do. Keep hearing from the public. Take the good with the bad. Let's do what we got to do to make this thing great. So I'm not going to speak against you guys. I'm just going to pour into you guys. Keep on doing good. Keep on making it happen. And
yeah, I'll say something real quick. Not only am I a graduate from Mott, but I got my bachelor's at U of M, Michigan, my master's at Bowling Green in criminal justice. I've been a clinical counselor and sat on the board of directors for like 21 years. And I just want to say to you guys here on this board, strokes and kudos to you, because it's not an easy job. Yeah. And kudos to the community to have the courage and the voice to stand up for the community at the same time. Absolutely. But just understand that together we have to make this thing happen. Not attacking one another, but actually listening and understanding what we're trying to communicate and moving forward collectively as a whole, as a community. And I just hope that we can do that without judging each other and, kind of giving into what the society out there is kind of forcing us to do, to cause division when it comes to religion and things of that nature. We don't need division. We need more unity.
Inclusivity.
And that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
And that would conclude public comment.
Thank you, Jordan. Item 7, consent agenda. There is no consent agenda this month, so we'll move on to approval of the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of October 27th, 2025.
Second.
I got a motion to approve the minutes with a second. All in favor? Oh, first off, discussion, sorry. None? John? Sure. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, they're approved. Okay, informational reports. We got the treasurer's report, correct?
Larry Gothrop, CFO, will present the treasurer's report.
Good evening, Chair Swanson, Madam President, or other trustees, excuse me. So some highlights from October. The total general fund revenues and transfers was just under 3.3 million. Year to date, 35.7 million. Total general fund expenditures and transfers out, 8.9 million and 28.4 year to date. A couple of highlights from October just for the month, now that we're presenting month to month. October credit and tuition and fees you'll see are negative all months, and that's because we had tuition revenue recorded in September where the students dropped in October, so we had to back that out. Salaries and wages, you will also see this increase significantly from the other months, and that's because of the timing of the third pay. We had in October this year versus November a year ago, and then December 2 years ago. October contracted services are up for the same reasons we've been seeing, contracted personnel and ITS. This is also being funded by an open position pool, so that will reduce that expense. Additional workforce contracted services, increase in non-credit tuition that you'll see, and then timing differences in payments that we had from year to year. Year-to-date tuition revenue is both outpacing the budget and actuals from the prior year, so which is good. Year-to-date expenditures are in line with budget amounts and also comparative to the prior year. Accrued payroll, as Michelle will explain a little later, when she did the audit, is that we had a GASB pronouncement that we had record sick pay liability additionally this year, which is a non-cash transaction, but an accrual and an expense that we need to recognize. Total assets in October, 30.4 million versus 28.9 million a year ago, same month. Total liabilities, 8.4 million roughly versus 5.7 million a year ago. So that ends my treasurer's report.
Thank you, Larry.
Move or receive the treasurer's report?
All right. There's no vote, correct?
If you wanted to make the motion to receive, you could. However, under parliamentary procedure, you don't need to take any action at all, even receipt. You just did, is the point. But I don't want to, if you want to continue the practice of having a vote on it, that's up to you. We just wanted to communicate why it was put here as an informational report for receipt by the board. That's a better practice parliamentarily speaking.
Okay. I'd like to keep my motion.
And I'd keep my second, and I'd just make a comment. I think it's a good idea, particularly in the case of the treasurer's report, to have the board accept that report, because that connectivity shows a greater responsibility, and it shows clearly we're working to satisfy our fiduciary responsibilities.
Okay. All right. So we've got the motion and it's been seconded. Any further discussion on it? Seeing none. All in favor of accepting the report, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, we'll receive it.
This motion was to receive, by the way.
Yeah, motion was received. Okay. We're I see no unfinished business, so let's move right along to the...
Mr. Chair, did you want me to read the board policy report real quick?
Oh, I skipped right over you, didn't I?
That's okay. That's okay. So we met on November 19th. Today, we are recommending two of the policies that are on the agenda. Board Policy 7015 for the first reading, which is hazing. The second one is 1640, public participation. That's also a first reading. And then moving forward, we are working on how committees are being utilized, if we should keep them, and things like that. And we're also going to be working on the Code of Ethics and Conflict of Interest policy. So as I always tell everyone, you know my phone number and email, and come to me with anything regarding board policy, and I'll be happy to talk with you.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, seeing no other informational reports and no unfinished business, let's move to new business. Item 1.82, the acceptance of the June 30th financial statement audit and presentation from the auditors. Correct?
That is correct. I would like to welcome from Raymond, the Mott Community College audit firm, Michelle Fowler, and Larry Gothrop, the CFO.
Okay, good evening. All right, so before I get into the PowerPoint presentation, I did want to give a summary of the results of the audit to the board. And for fiscal 2025, the college did receive an unmodified, or what we would call a clean opinion, which is the best type of opinion that the college can receive for its audit. And also, I want to report that the audit the college did not have any audit adjustments as a result of our procedures. So what I mean by that is when we come in and we do all of our testing, we did not detect any material errors or any errors that we felt that the college needed to change its books and records to make sure that the fiscal 2025 statements are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The other thing for the results of the audit is that we do not have any internal control findings. So if we did have any findings for internal controls over financial reporting, we would have to communicate those to the board. So really a very clean audit this year. So everyone should be very happy about those results. And another update that I do want to provide to the board, normally at this time, I would also be providing to you the results of us coming in and also auditing the federal boards programs that the college has. The federal government has delayed issuing the compliance supplement that we need to follow as an audit firm. So the Office of Management and Budget is responsible for this compliance supplement. We go through and we follow that to make sure that we're doing the single audit in accordance with all of those uniform guidance standards. It was supposed to be issued back in May of 2025. The final still has not been released. What we have been able to work with, though, is that the OMB did issue what they called a final draft of the supplement. So what we did is we went through and we followed that, and we did as much of the single audit that we could under the draft. So we're hoping that once that final supplement gets released, there won't be any changes, and then we can go ahead and we can finalize the college's single audit report for the year. So just wanted to give you a status update on that. Any questions? Yes.
I understand in doing the audit, when you take a look at transactions, you take a sample of the transactions. How do you test internal controls?
So what we do is that we do have to go through and look at controls for the single audit. So when we're going through and looking at the major programs, we are required to not just test compliance, but the internal controls over compliance. As part of that, we're also looking at some internal controls over financial reporting. You really can't get around it if you're, testing disbursements. You have to make sure that you're looking at those controls. As far as the financial statement audit, we are not required to do detailed testing of controls. What we are required to do is to gain an understanding of those controls, and we are required to at least walk those through to make sure that we're confirming that understanding. Okay?
Okay, so with internal controls, basically you look to see if they're in place.
Correct.
And unless that's happens to be a part of another component of the audit, that's really where it kind of ends.
And also, for example, if we found errors when we were going through and doing our work, that would show that there is a breakdown in internal controls over financial reporting. So that would be another area where we would then need to report it.
And just out of curiosity, how many transactions did you sample?
Oh my goodness, that would be hard to answer. I mean, there's so many different areas for the audit. I wouldn't be able to tell you that off the top of my head.
Ballpark? 10,000?
Oh, no, we wouldn't look at that many.
2,000?
No. It would not be in the thousands, no.
Okay, all right.
No. So anything that we do for the audit sampling, we follow all the guidance that is out there under the standards.
Thank you.
Make sure we comply with that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? All right. I'm not sure who's moving this. Okay. Okay, all right, wonderful. So we have up here for you to see would be the statement of net position. What I want to point out for this is for all funds of the college. So this would be all of the funds combined. This is what the college is required to report on under generally accepted accounting principles. So with the statement of net position, you can see that the total net position at the bottom is just over 107,000, and that's about an $18.2 million increase from the prior year. So a nice increase from the year. Okay, we can go to the next. Okay, so that previous slide, that was all of the funds for the college. Right here, you're seeing information for the general fund only, because that really is the operations of the institution. So this is broken down where you can see those revenues. You can see the total, about 90 million for the current year, compared to over 88 million for the prior year. And then just to see those components. So you have those main components: tuition and fees, state appropriations, property taxes, and then you have your other sources. So pretty consistent year to year as far as the percentages as a total of those revenues. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So similarly, this outlines the expenses that the college has in the general fund. And you can see that just under 87 million in expenses for 2025 compared to just over 83 million the year before. Same thing, you can see all of those components by each of the functional areas. And as you can expect, the area of instruction is by far the largest in dollars and percentage. And then you can see those other components. Okay, all right, so we can go to the final slide, and this outlines the general fund history for basically showing that trend over the last 5 years. So that last column you're seeing there of 14.7 million, that's for the current year. You can see that there is an increase of about 2.4 million from net position for the general fund at the end of 2024. And that's primarily, you're seeing a little bit of a dip between 2023 and 2024. Larry had mentioned before the cause for that. There was a new accounting pronouncement that was applicable to the college in 2025, and the college was required to go back and restate the earliest period presented, which would have been 2024. And so 2024 had to basically absorb taking on some new liabilities related to accrued compensated absences. So the college was accruing for these before. This new pronouncement just changed the requirements and required more items to be included, and then also changed how that needed to be calculated. So it's a little deceiving here, but as Larry mentioned, no impact on cash flows, no impact on budgeting. This really is just for what you have to do for your external financial reporting. And the final thing that I did want to point out, if you look at that net position, so that's a good dollar amount. You know, we just went on the previous slide, showed you those general fund expenses. There are over 2 months of expenses that the college has in reserve. So that's a nice, healthy financial position. Okay, so that concludes the financial information that I have. The only other thing that I wanted to make sure that the board was aware of, we did receive full cooperation from everybody at the college going through and conducting our audit, and so we really appreciate everyone being transparent and helpful and responsive to make our job as easy as possible. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Chairman Swanson. I wanted to ask, and you may or may not have the answer to this, and may need to come from administration, but what goes into the public service line? I see that's 1% of the expenses, and it decreased in 2025, but just wondering what goes into that line.
Okay, do you want to, yeah, thank you.
Mainly, that's workforce development activities. Is workforce development is the majority of that.
Thank you.
Yes, John?
And I understand for the audit, you deal in dollars. That's the medium of exchange that you work with. From when I look at that chart, I think you have to be really careful, because I believe those are all then your dollars.
That is correct.
Okay, so what appears to be an increase in the general fund from 2021, when you look at the purchasing power of those dollars today, it represents a relatively significant decrease in purchasing power, because the dollars have been depreciated due to inflation.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, there is an inflation component.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
beyond the scope of the audit,
Mhm.
clearly, no question about
Yep.
that.
Yep.
But I just wanted the board to understand that we're looking at a chart that gives us dollar value as the dollars were each year, and there's not a constant value there. That inflation wasn't in take, and when you crank in inflation, we're actually looking at a decrease in purchasing power. And every organization I've been affiliated with this year, when we put a chart like that up, they all look the same. There's a small increase in the actual dollar value, but the value of those dollars has decreased significantly.
If I may, I agree with you, John, but the thing of it is, we also have $1 million, $1.5 million, or $2 million swings in GASB pronouncements that has nothing to do with cash.
Right.
So we'd have to equalize or normalize for that as well. So when we have these pronouncements that come and it impacts our fund balance that we have no control over, then it really isn't, yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying the ship's sinking, I'm just saying that, I want us to understand exactly what we're looking at here.
And can I just clarify one more thing? Can we go back to the, what side number is that? General fund revenues. There we, thank you, that's it, that's it right there. So in the state appropriations, you'll see that it's 25 million, 29%, 25 million, 28%. Keep in mind that about $4 million of that is in the UAAL. So that's revenue that we're counting and expense we're counting below. So really our state aid support is well below the 29%. So I just want to point that out, that we're not at that level.
Kenyatta? Oh, I'm sorry. Ken?
All revenue, when we look at that pie chart, all revenues come in and they're received in the general fund. Yeah.
For these, yes.
Okay. And initially, if the revenue that comes in turns out to be restricted revenue, then you transfer it to the appropriate dollar. I'm assuming that those general fund dollars that we see in the wedge are after those transitions of restricted revenue.
Correct.
Okay.
Kenyatta?
Sorry, I'm still trying to understand the public service line. I apologize. So is the budget for workforce development in this line? And secondly, is workforce development our public service arm?
Nicole, you're here, right? Yeah, you want to come up? So Nicole is the one that would be, that's more in the details of those, but the budget would not be impacted by this at all. It would be, these are actuals that we're reporting on, but I'll leave it at that.
Good evening. To answer your question for public service, one of the things, definitely workforce is going to be a majority of that. I believe public safety is involved in that category as well. And honestly, I'm drawing a blanket to what else might be there. But we certainly can provide you a list of those activities or cost centers that make that up for you, and we can distribute that however you need.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely get that for you. And also, just keep in mind too, with workforce, it's kind of like a quasi, or not, so not a quasi, it's like a business type enterprise. So the expenses are down, that means the revenues were also down, right? So that's the relationship that we have with workforce, because everything that workforce does is to add net income, if you will, back to the general fund.
Santino?
Just for clarification, so once, I know that we're waiting to the guidelines to be confirmed. Once that is done and if there might be changes that might need to be made to the audit, will you guys come back in front of us for another acceptance?
We can certainly do that. So that would be the plan, is that when that single Audit Act report is ready to be issued, we can come back and present that to you. Yes.
So if I may be very clear, so this audit is not changing. Okay, this is the audit. The single audit is a separate audit in the federal programs. That is what still needs to be finalized. So what you're looking at today and accepting is the final product for the college.
Have you uploaded this to Treasury yet?
Nicole, have we done that yet? I think it's due December 1st. Well, yeah, yeah.
Make a motion to accept.
Pardon me?
I make a motion to accept.
Got a motion to accept and it's seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's do a roll call vote on this. Good.
On the motion to accept the June 30th, 2025 financial statement audit, Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. Okay, moving along, 1.83, the parking ramp G demo purchase award. Who do we have speaking on that? Be Larry?
CFO Larry Gothrop and Rod Whitney. Executive Director, Facilities and Construction.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, Madam President, trustees. And I forgot, this is horrible of me, but in the audit, I should have recognized Nicole. If she could stand up. Michelle said that she does, her and her team just do a tremendous amount of work on this audit to get it ready and get it on time. And Michelle will tell you that there are clients that they work on that they don't go as well, and it takes a lot more time, but she is very, very fastidious in making sure that that is all done and on time. And Michelle, I believe, said this year we had a clean audit or a modified. We've always had a clean or unmodified, so this is not an exception. This is the standard that we have that Nicole works to. So again, thank you, Nicole. So moving on to the RAM-G. Last winter, we brought to the board design services for the demolition of the existing deck and pedestrian bridge, including resurfacing the Lot G, which was approved. The design, which includes new lighting, security cameras, and new asphalt, was completed in September of 2025, sent out for bids. We conducted a pre-bid meeting on October the 8th and received 11 qualified bids, so we received quite a few. Based on those bids, we are recommending the lowest qualified local contractor, Waldorf & Sons, for the award. The project is anticipated to be completed by the start of the fall 2026 semester. This also does not include, there may be potential remediation of lead-based paint and asbestos, not throughout the entire deck, but parts of it that needs to be looked at. So if that has to be done, that will be done separately.
Move approval.
Got a motion to approve. Is it seconded?
Second.
Got a motion that's been approved, seconded, and any discussion?
When was this built? When was the parking ramp built?
1967.
So we've gotten a good amount of usage out of it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
On the motion to approve the parking ramp G demo purchase award,
Good job. Good job.
Trustee Miller,
Yes.
Trustee Walcott,
Yes.
Trustee Dotson,
Yes.
Trustee Reyes,
Yes.
Trustee Guerra,
Yes.
Trustee Daly,
Yes.
Chair Swanson.
Yes.
The motion passes, 7-0.
Thank you. 1.84, parking consultant services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the past several years, the college has retained the services of Walker Consultants as our parking deck consultants. Necessary services of a parking ramp consultant range from annual inspections of our slabs, beams, and stairwells for degradation to the point of being unsafe and requiring remediation. Additionally, engineering and design services are included for major restoration, less than fully restored repairs, and up to demolition if needed. As a matter of best practice, the college decided to send out a request for bid on these services. 3 proposals were received, and we interviewed all 3 on site. We then narrowed it down to the top 2 based on cost experience with our current decks, as well as other post-tension decks, and ability to meet our required timelines. Based on our assessment of these qualifications, we are recommending the lowest qualified bidder, Restore Consulting, as our new parking deck consultant engineers for the next 3 years. And as another point, I guess, is that Christopher Blakely, who's the principal of Restore, actually was with Walker for 20 years prior, so he does have actual knowledge of our parking decks, so it should help.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to accept 1.84 Parking Consultant Services Purchase Award.
Second.
I have a motion to accept, and it's been seconded. Any discussion? Yes, Art?
How long has Restore been in business?
They've all been right around about 20 years, or it was 25 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the gentleman that you mentioned worked at Walker for 20 years and then went to an established company. Did not leave
Yes.
that to establish.
And just to expand on that a little bit, yes, great question. This Restore is not, they also have offices throughout the state and in Toledo. It's not just a one-shop operation, yes.
I'm looking at the breakout for the cost rate in there, and does that charge start once the people are on site, or is that a portal-to-portal from Holland?
There will be a drive charge to come up, just like Walker had the same thing. They were, they're in Granville or they're on the west side or Kalamazoo as well. But the manager rate is what we were looking at. That is the lowest, or the lowest ones that we had, versus Walker, what they're currently charging. So they all bill the same.
Okay.
So we're looking for the lowest rate that we can get, obviously, on all the rates. And with the director rate for Walker, not using, obviously, that level of service.
Were you able to check with any other customers that Restore has? And the reason I'm pinging on this is because, preventative maintenance in this type of situation, developing the plan for it and everything is really critical, and I want to be sure we get as much value out of this particular contract as we can.
Well, so Restore, and I got to remember whether, I think we did ask for, yeah, I know we did. We asked for referrals for both, but they all have experience with higher ed in these decks too. So we specifically wanted to make sure they had post-tension decks and also with higher ed.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, got a motion that's been seconded. Discussion's done. Can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, on the motion to approve Parking Consultant Services Purchase Award, Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Daly? Chair?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
It passes 7-0.
Okay. Thank you. 1.85, amendment to Board Policy 7015, the hazing policy. This is the first reading. It's no action, but it's first reading.
Yes, and I would like to invite John Godola, MCC General Counsel, to present the first reading.
Good evening to the President, Chairman of the Board, and Board of Trustees. The amendment that, or the policy that you have in front of you this evening amends what was a one-sentence hazing policy that existed at Mott Community College since 2010. The basis for this policy is federal legislation called the Stop Campus Hazing Act. The law in the state of Michigan is called Garrett's Law, which makes hazing felony. There's also Clery Act compliance requirements through the act as well. What I have proposed that came through the policy committee is the statute itself cited. I believe one of the trustees had asked, I think it was Trustee Daly, is this subjective or are we told what to do? This is a policy where we are told what to do. This has not been subjective input. It has been subjective input by me to an extent, but literally we're citing the act itself. Also, I want you to be aware that Trustee Reyes's input through the Policy Committee, as well as Chair Swanson and Trustee Wolcott, that the policy itself also has a component where you'll see there's a link, where there'll be a more complex link created for the college to remain and become in compliance, so that further details and further elements of what are required will be public-facing as well. The last element that I want to bring to your attention is that the reporting of hazing designates our Department of Public Safety, Office of Student Conduct and Conflict Resolution, the Office of Civil Rights and Title IX Compliance, Human Resources, and then a link to report anonymously any concerns in this respect. The Clery Act also requires that our Department of Public Safety include any hazing statistics if they exist on our campus. So Chief Zeckman and the Department of Public Safety are very well aware of their responsibilities also. So what you'll see is in red, what I submitted is the way I believe the college would be most efficiently covered by this policy, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
John?
Just, the only question I really got is over on page 340 here under the reporting of hazing. And it says all MCC employees are considered mandatory reporters, which means all employees of the college have to report it.
With respect to just this act, that's a good question. So this doesn't mean compliance with such as mandated reporters like the Department of DHHS or Protective Services. But on campus, if you become aware of a hazing situation, the act does indicate compliance is required.
Right. Why would students not be included in that?
I would have to review the act again, to be very candid, to see if there's further detail. And I'm obviously...
If you take a look at that, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very happy to take a look at that as well with respect to compliance regarding the students. So I'll make a note of that and report back.
Any other questions? Santino?
I know we're not to the second reading yet, but after we do, is this be a way for us to email the students on campus and faculty so they're aware this policy is going to be updated?
I think I heard your question, would they be notified?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trustee Garrett, that's the second element, is so that, again, will be a public-facing ability for the public to see what we're putting in place. So absolutely, they'll be notified, and anyone who wants through this policy can link that next step. So absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay. Let's move to 1.86, amendment to Board Policy 16.4. Oh, sure.
Second page, I just want to be clear that I understand this. You've got a strikeout that's about a third of the way down the page there. And what's a strikeout is really that this is a strikeout from this document. Our student handbook will still contain language that is saying
yes, it will.
Hazing is prohibited.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Board amendment to Board Policy 1640. This is a first reading. John?
1640 deals with public participation. Procedurally, I'd like to bring to your attention that there was a proposed amendment that would have reduced public comment to 3 minutes. That was defeated, And in this version before the policy committee, there was a removal of that request. As you've seen even this evening, there's a 5-minute window. The policy committee looked at that and requested that the time limit remain the same. So that is something that I think is important for the public to understand as well. And then the policy 1640 was essentially rewritten to be more compliant with current times, taking into consideration current standards and practices, and you'll see that in the essentially what was rewritten. Also, just for your understanding, and I always kind of think back to questions that I've been asked before. This policy under 1640 is something that the policy committee essentially had input on. I did not steer them one way or the other. I think prior board counsel had even had some input, and then I believe Attorney DeWitt had some input as well. So this was a group effort, but an effort that I would like to highlight to the credit of the policy committee was the key to putting this together and this recommended policy. And again, I'm happy to answer questions if you have them.
Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you,
Excuse
John.
me,
Thank you.
Chairman. Chairman Swanson.
Yeah. Yes.
On page 341, this may not have made it. I think the updated version does not include this part. I was looking at complaints about individuals or college programs shall be presented to the board in writing. The complaint shall be referred to the president for investigation and reported back to the board of trustees. But I think for the updated version, that's not a part of it, correct?
Correct.
That's been changed, okay.
Right.
That was the only thing I wanted to add. Thank you.
Any other questions? Once again, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, 1.87, development of managerial criteria for the president in communications with the Board of Trustees. Well, John, do you want to?
Right. I'm going to read this. I'm going to work off this sheet, but I've made some revisions to this one with regards to some of the discussions we had earlier. And so as I read it off, I'm going to take my time going through this so you can get the divisions and put them in and write them into your sheet. Okay, it says effective immediately, the Board of Trustees, in conjunction with the President, shall undertake the development of criteria to assist the President in communicating clearly and effectively with the Board of Trustees with the goal of completion in 2026. While a separate action, the criteria, once approved by the board, shall be included in the MCC strategic plan.
Okay.
While a separate action, meaning separate from the strategic planning development, the criteria, once approved by the Board of Trustees, shall be included in the MCC strategic plan. So I believe that addresses what you brought up as a principal concern, Trustee Swanson.
I'm sorry?
I said I believe that addresses what you brought up as a principal concern.
As far as going to the policy?
As far as including, being sure it was included within the strategic plan.
Yeah.
And that's my motion.
Okay. Yeah.
Second.
Seconded? Okay. Got a motion to accept this, and it's seconded. Discussion. John, I'm just trying to understand.
The purpose of this is you have to, we did no evaluation of the president as when she was the interim. There is no evaluation that is scheduled until 2016. What this does is there are, in addition to the strategic plan, there is administrative criteria that has to be done. And communication is a key part of that. So it's really a chance for the board as a whole to work with the president to look and say, okay, what are the reports that we need as the board to see to do effective governance? What are they about, and when do we have to have them? And that's really what it's about. And then putting that in writing so that it's clear that this is the type. It doesn't limit the board just solely to those things. The board can ask individually, but these would be the things that on a repetitive basis. We've had some discussion about having legal costs and legal action, having a better communication with the administration and the board about what's going on with those. This would be a vehicle by which that could be done. The expenditure of dollars in some areas. That could be accomplished. It would be up to the board to set that, but what I don't want to do is not do anything and get into a evaluation mode in August, and things that we need to see done, we feel the board needs to see done in order to improve the college, we bring up, and the response is, well, nobody told me to do that.
No, I understand what you're saying, John. How do you envision going about deciding all of this?
Well, I think that we'll probably, after the first of the year, because we're in the holiday season, first of all, this is something that has to be done, I believe, by the board, not by a committee. That's not fair to the committee to put them in a position where they're, in this particular case, having to address the concerns of an entire board. So this is something that would be done essentially as a committee of the whole, and we would work towards developing a listing of what, when, and where the information is. And then once that's completed, it comes back to the board for approval, formal approval, and then subsequent to that goes to incorporation in the strategic plan. And again, folks, if we've learned anything in the last 2 years, it's that in the public sector, all surprises are bad. Mm-hmm. And this is really an attempt to we'll never eliminate surprises, but we can certainly be prepared by having adequate information for them. And I think it clarifies the communications path a little better.
Okay, I understand that. And so with this motion, then we would be, after the first of the year, we would have a committee of the whole meeting or a special meeting.
Special committee of the whole.
That we can discuss what we want to see.
Exactly.
Okay.
Chairman Swanson.
Yes.
I like that idea, special meeting, committee of the whole at the first of the year. But at the last board meeting, Trustee Daly wasn't physically present for that meeting, but we did, I think under board comment, we discussed a possible 6-month review, as opposed to going a whole year and then doing a president review at that particular time. Do it 6 months, do a 6-month review. And I think you said that you were going to take it back to council to discuss what direction we need to take in order to do that. Yeah. But in the absence of doing an actual review, 6 months, I do think that's a good idea, but the special meeting and the committee of the whole, I think would also be good to do as well.
Okay. Carrie, do you want to address that?
Yeah, the president's contract specifically indicates that the strategic plan is a central guidepost for evaluation of the president. So it's extremely difficult to evaluate without having the strategic plan completed. It probably would not comply with the contract unless you were able unerringly to guess what would be in the final strategic plan. But I believe the strategic plan is going to be done before too long, so we can probably get where people are going. It's just that you really shouldn't plan an evaluation session until you know that the strategic plan will be complete by X date before the planning meeting in which the criteria for evaluation are completed.
Are we having the December meeting?
Yes.
And so if I remember right from the schedule, that December meeting would be after the proposed completion date for the strategic plan.
I'll let you answer that.
The timeline indicates that we would bring a strategic plan draft for proposal for approval by the board at the December meeting.
Okay, so then we'd have to, if you looked at, it'll take us some time to do it, and look at approval in January. That means that we'll probably, the criteria would be something that would be handled as a separate addendum after the strategic plan's been approved. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Just to clarify, I'm not sure if you meant approve, so the current timeline is approval of the strategic plan at the December board meeting. But that, of course, is also dependent upon tonight's discussion of the strategic plan. But we would be, and you would, if you wanted to do a committee of the whole in January, that would be perfectly in line in that case.
Okay, all right. You know me, when it comes to the strategic plan, I want to take my time and be sure we get a quality document.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're good? Okay, well, all right, I've got a motion. Do I have a motion?
You do have a motion?
It's seconded. Any more discussion? Yes. Yeah.
Compartmentalized construction, the board's not privy to it. I've got to find it. Wendy hid this, and this is, I don't know where she hid it. Oh.
Okay. John, I have a question on, just real quick for you. You know, this is, your motion talks about communications with the board, and somehow we've gotten into that it's for the president.
No, it's with the motion says, undertake the development of criteria to assist the president in communicating clearly and effectively with the board.
Okay.
I don't understand how that's confusing. I was into my 6th grade mindset when I wrote this.
Well, okay, it somehow got, in my
got it
mind, it
fixed?
got turned around. I don't have, I think it's a good idea. Yeah, I do. I think that we need to have a committee of the whole meeting after the strategic plan is done. So I don't believe that will happen. If the plan is ready for us at the December meeting, sometime after, and who knows if it will be, I don't know.
December is a bad month for board meetings.
Well,
I mean,
I'm looking at the end of at the beginning of the year sometime.
Yeah, that's
that I'll call a committee of the whole, and then we can discuss how we need to proceed with that.
we can proceed how we're going to fulfill if this passes, how we're going to fulfill what that resolution says.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
Excuse me, Chairman. One additional question. So the president's evaluation, it doesn't rely solely on the strategic plan, correct?
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but it's the way the contract reads, it is a principal, if not the principal guidepost for evaluation. It makes sense if you think about it.
All right, thank you.
Yes, John?
Carrie, have you seen you remember seeing the movie A Few Good Men? Okay, and remember the interrogation scene where, I can't remember the name of the character that Tom Cruise plays, but Cruise has a young Marine on the stand and interviews him about the strategic plan for the Windward Barracks at Guantanamo. And they go all through that, and it looks like it's fully complete and everything like that. And then Cruz comes back and says, "So, show me in the strategic plan where you ate." And there's nothing in the strategic plan about the mess hall, nor should there be. And so he says, "So you're telling me that you never ate during the 24 months you've been here at Guantanamo?" You know, you're absolutely right. The strategic plan is a significant component. I'm not so sure I would say that it is the driving major component. It is simply another significant component.
Any other discussion? Okay, you have a roll call vote?
I'd like to have the motion restated. Trustee Daly, I'm going to restate it, and if I've made an error, please let me know. This is the motion I believe that's been put forth. Effective immediately, the Board of Trustees shall, in conjunction with the President, undertake the development of criteria to assist the President in communicating clearly and effectively with the Board of Trustees with a goal of completion of April 2026, while a separate action, the criteria, once approved by the Board of Trustees, shall be included in the MCC strategic plan. Did I state it correctly? That is the motion before the board. I'll take a roll call vote. Trustee Daly? Yes. Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, 1.88. John, you want to state your motion again on that?
I move that effective immediately, any terminations of services provided by any independent contractor shall, the termination of service, wait a minute, let me think here. Of services, the contract. Any termination of the services of any independent contractor shall be reviewed by the Board of Trustees and approved by a simple majority vote of said board prior to the effective date of termination.
Second.
Okay, got a motion. It's been seconded. Discussion.
Really simple. The purpose of this is that it's very apparent when you look at our history over the last 5 years, more and more we're turning to the use of independent contractors. And we need to get a better grip on how they fit into our group. They're not employees. Finding how much we pay for independent contractors is spread out all through the budget. It's not in one consolidated activity. So it's very difficult. Like, for instance, when we did the spreadsheet on there and I added up all the money, I was surprised to find that we're spending over $2 million a year in independent contractors. And those range all the way from people that are in the executive suite down to piano players. And employees, you know, that increase in the utilization is a significant shift in the usage of a contractor, okay? Contractors, when I grew up as a young manager, the use of contract was very much like we saw with the audit firm. You had a specific task to do, you hired someone to accomplish that task, You paid them specifically for that task, and when it was done, it was done. And that was the end of that contract. And they may or may not be back for that. And as we move more and more to longer presence of contractors in our organization, we need to start looking at providing to them the same level of protection that are applied, if we can, to employees. And one of the things employees have going in their favor is the Whistleblower Act. And frankly, a very good piece of legislation that gives the protection to employees for reporting wrongdoing. And this would essentially be a way to, it isn't good as the Whistleblower Act, but at least we have a situation where if someone that's an independent contractor is going to be terminated prior to the end of the contract, that there is an independent review of that before the termination takes place. Some of these people have fiduciary responsibilities, not far beyond just the accomplishment of a single task.
Well, John, I understand that, but I'm not sure if the board can do that. According to the bylaws. Kerry, do you have an opinion?
Well, there are a number of issues that I would like the board's permission to review. I had not had a chance to consider this at all before today. I think I saw a reference to it in the agenda.
Yeah, that's been coming.
Yeah.
If we'd had our meeting, this wouldn't have been.
No, it's okay. Things happen, but there are some difficulties with a proposal like this that I would just like to flesh out and advise the board and perhaps invite John to the policy committee meeting and have a discussion about this. This is one that could have some unintended consequences that I would like to examine.
So I'm sorry, John, go
I
ahead.
don't have a problem with that, but I think that meeting should be before the full board.
Well, I have no problem advising the full board, and to the extent that there's some circumstance, which frankly, John, I do not anticipate, in which I need to provide a legal opinion that's privileged, I would advise the board, and we could go into closed session. But this just doesn't seem like one of those. But I reserve the right to tell you, for some reason, I don't anticipate that we would need to do that, because I like to maintain the attorney-client privilege where appropriate.
The spreadsheet that I got, and frankly, the other reason for this is, other than independent contractors, I don't know where we put people into a position where the person that they're working for has sole hiring and firing authority over. That all it requires is 30 days notice by that one person. And the only relief that that independent contractor has at this point may be going to court, which is a far pitch.
Well, I understand what you're saying, John. May I suggest that we have Kerry look into this, and we will pick it up, whether it's in the December meeting or the January meeting.
I'll be ready for either.
I would like to have not only Kerry look into it, but I'd also like for the college council to be involved in it.
John and I work well together. I'm sure we can.
Santino, did you have something?
Yeah, I could just see with an individual, if they were to be terminated, my only concern would be then now what are they doing if they don't want them working in that position, and then we're paying them monetarily until we officially make a decision. So I can kind of see where there could be some issues with, overseeing that oversight. But I think if we push it back, I'm totally open to learning more about it and seeing what the process is, but I wouldn't want to vote on it tonight.
I think one of the things you have to really take a look at is you have one person. Every place else that we work in the college, there's a team that's working on that decision. That's not the case with the independent contractors. And some of these contractors are placed very highly in our organization.
Well, I understand what you're saying. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, so are we going to move to postpone that to let the attorney get some information for us?
I'll make that motion to postpone to the next
Well, I
meeting.
believe, didn't we have a motion already that we need to?
You've got a motion on the floor that's been made and seconded, so you
Yeah.
need to dispose of that.
Huh?
There's a motion on the floor. He's moving to postpone that motion to another time. So, motion to postpone supersedes handling the motion.
Be the same
Okay.
discussion.
All right, so Santino's motion,
Is correct, is proper. This is fine.
okay.
Friendly
So
amendment, maybe.
Right.
Santino's motion to postpone,
Yeah, I can be real specific too. If you postpone it to the next regular board meeting, and then it can be in specifically, we don't have an old business, but it can be under new business, it's old business, and then pick it up there in discussion, actually, on the motion.
okay.
So,
And when you're doing it, and you're in Christmas time, and then mull over in your own mind, you know, would you want to work as an independent contractor under that scenario?
Second.
Motion, I could support that, Santino, if we moved it to the January meeting, because the December meeting, I want to give Carrie time to do it.
for me, I'm fine with moving to December, and then if we don't have the confidence and like the exact information we need, we can move it again.
I think it's
Like,
good.
I think it's, I
Okay.
think,
I can
I have
live with
no
that,
problem,
too.
yeah. Just
I
to
can
at
live
least
with
have it on the agenda sooner than later.
Okay. Seconded.
On the postponement.
On the postponement. Any other discussion on that? No? All in favor? Oh,
It's the motion that's being. Trustee Daly, it's the motion that's being postponed. So how the motion is being dealt with, the main motion, which is your motion?
Yes.
It's being postponed. That's how it's being handled. It's appropriate. Once a
After
motion
it's
to
seconded?
postpone, yes. Once it's on the floor, which it gets on the floor, you make a motion, and then it's seconded, and the board can handle it in different ways.
Okay.
And postponing is one of the ways it can handle it. It could have referred it to a committee. It could have done different things. It
Your
did not have
motion
to
is
act
still
on it.
alive. Your
Yes.
motion is still
Yes,
alive.
your motion is very much alive.
Okay.
So the motion on the floor would be to postpone your motion, the main motion, which is how you phrased it about the termination of services. It's the same motion, and propose that to our December 15th, 25 meeting. I believe that is the motion.
okay, and it's been seconded.
Right.
Any other? Yes, John?
The question, so in looking at the list of three, the first one was accomplished because we didn't have to do anything because we were overcome by events. The second one passed, and the next one, the third one has been postponed until the December meeting.
Correct.
Thank you. That's the vote.
That's what we're going to take the vote on now?
Yep.
Roll call? I'll take a roll call vote on the motion to postpone. Again, the motion that was on the floor. Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
So the main motion has been postponed to December 15th meeting.
Point of information. So the next meeting is, I have it in my calendar as December 22nd.
I did too, so that's why.
It's December 15th.
I was told it was the 15th. When is it?
Yeah, it's on,
Clarify that.
it's December 15th.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I was told was the 15th.
Excuse me, Chairman Swanson.
Yes.
So, well, I know that communication will go out, but because we typically meet the fourth Monday, and we're moving it up 1 week, we'll get out good information that the board meeting is being moved. Correct? Right?
Was it listed
Just-
wrong?
Well, it's every fourth Monday of the month, which will be December 22nd, and we're moving it to the third Monday.
Well, I'm looking right now, and I apologize if there is an old calendar invite, but on the board's website, it's up there for the whole calendar year. It is December 15th. Let me see. I don't have a calendar invite or anything, so
Well,
I don't know how the December 22nd, but I know, the fourth Monday, yes, but I don't know how the December 22nd came about.
Jordan, could you just send out an email to all the trustees confirming that it's the 15th, please? Okay. All right. All right, we're to the president's report, right?
Well, just on the calendar. I think he should just recirculate the calendar that the board approved.
Yes, yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
So-
Just notification, yeah.
Right, okay. Jordan will recirculate the board calendar that was approved in, I believe, in May, June.
Okay. President's report. Shonda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First up, James Mitchell will review both our new hires for the month as well as the HR activity report.
Well, I get to announce the new members of our team. Let me get a new slide. So Michael Bratcher joined us as Director of Network Services and IT. On September the 29th, Mike worked as a Senior IT Services Manager for Ricardo Defense before joining Mott. Prior to that, he was an IT Systems and Security Manager at Financial Plus Credit Union. Mike has over 20 years of experience in IT. He holds a bachelor's degree in Applied Science and Computer Information Systems from the University of Michigan Flint, an associate's degree in Computer Network Engineering from Mott Community College. Lauracia Jones-Neely is our new intake records processor in Workforce and Economic Development. While attending Mott, Lauracia was a work-study clerk. After graduation, she moved on to work at Huntington Bank as a customer experience banker. Lauracia has an associate's degree from Mott in general studies. Janie Jacobs is our new ASVP of Continuing Technical and Workforce Education in Student, Academic, and Workforce Success. She was previously the Vice President of Career and Corporate Services at Baker College. Janie holds a Doctorate of Education from Grand Canyon University in Organizational Leadership in Higher Education, a Master's degree in Human Resources Development from Baker College, and a bachelor's degree in public administration from Central Michigan University. Fire up chips. And by the way, is Janie still here? Janie, you want to stand up and say hello? Welcome to Mott. It's your first day. And finally, Steve Kenny is our new custodian at Mott in Finance and Administrative Services. He's worked in janitorial services for over 20 years and has owned his own cleaning business. Steve has a high school diploma from Bentley High School. Please join me in welcoming Mott's newest members. Thank you. And now, I think you're all familiar with this report. It was inserted in your trustees' bio or trustees' packet. And when I started here at Mott, I started looking into this report and had some conversations with Shonda. And there were some numbers that really just kind of jumped out at me, but there was a bigger story to tell. So you might remember from the August report, it's pretty static. It was a hiring summary. It didn't really flesh out any of the individual groups. There was a turnover summary, which really didn't provide a lot of information. There was a recruitment summary, but you really couldn't tell, who was faculty, who was staff. And the employee demographics really didn't tell a lot. So I want to thank Rebecca Martz and Laura Tripp over the last couple of months. We've really been getting under the hood on some of these numbers. In fact, I don't know if it was a compliment last week when Laura said I make her brain hurt, but I think we've got some good numbers here to look at. You might recall, okay, we could pop up the first slide. Even there's no slide? Oh, okay. So you might recall in the hiring summary, it was basically two numbers, and it was static for a month. So July 25, July 24. And what really threw me was when I knew we had to start getting under the hood on this stuff, was looking at August of 25 by August of 24, and August of 24 was 5. August of 25 was 49. I'm like, what's going on here? Oh, well, the school year started earlier. Okay. Why don't we start looking at a longer run? Why don't we start looking at this, say, year over year, but semester by semester? So we broke it out by full-time, temporary, and part-time. And what's really important here is what we do with this. So I remember having a conversation with Kevin and Robert and started looking at some of our hiring trends. And you can see in front of you that some of the changes that we've had versus with the different semesters, 24 versus 25. And then we started looking at the staff hires by semester and how did that change. And what I thought was interesting is there were some fluctuations looking at semester over semester, but year over year the number was pretty flat. So in the recruitment summary, what we broke out here in blue is the faculty full-time versus the staff that we're hiring. And then very importantly, if you look at the old summary about turnover, it just had two numbers. It was basically retirements and separations. And to me, what's important here are really not just the fluctuations, but the reasons why. Why are people leaving? Why are they leaving voluntarily? Why are they leaving involuntary? So what are we doing to retain? Are we hiring the right people? So this is more to come on this, but it allows us to really take a closer look at what's happening with these numbers on a semester by semester basis. And that really leads into looking at our FTEs, I think it would be page 3, as to why people are leaving. And what you find is looking at this, the voluntaries are close with a small uptick in involuntaries. But to me, what's important is you can look at it year over year, but what's happening recently? And taking a look at our exit interviews, for example, which we really need to beef up, I don't think it's any surprise that you find that people that leave, they don't necessarily want to say something bad, but I think we really have to sit down with these folks and understand what's happening. And then finally, the employee demographics. To me, it's really important to look at what does our employee demographics look like by FTE headcount, and then what you have here is how do we compare to Genesee County. And the numbers are pretty straightforward, but what I thought was interesting is really looking closely at our briefing book and understanding what does our student population look like compared to this. What does the Genesee Intermediate School District look like compared to this? And we're going to continue to look very closely at how we're tracking. And then finally, the magic number you see at the bottom here, the board-approved FTE at 466. We're running about 91%, and that includes the filled FTEs in what's been approved to fill. And then finally, the complaint report. That was very confusing to me because what was opened, what was closed, and we really weren't tracking very closely. So we were just looking at what was open, for example, in the month and what was closed. And what we really want to understand is what was hanging open and what is closed and what's the timing. And that allows us, HR, to have a discussion. And quite frankly, what we found, there were a couple of things that slipped a little bit. So we need to make sure that we're investigating this. And to me, when I went through all these different complaints, there was nothing egregious that jumped out. So with that, do you find this information helpful, or would also welcome any of your input? Feel free to shoot me an email. Let me know what you would like added, what you'd like taken away. And again, I really want to thank, yes, sir, John?
I'll wait till you're done.
I'm done.
Okay. Go to page 4. On here with the pie charts.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're familiar that the college is in the district,
Yes.
and that district is larger than Genesee County,
Yes.
okay? And starting in Larry knows where I'm going with this. Starting maybe in January, I'd like to see that pie chart representing the district. Because our legal charge is to service that entire district.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, that's a great point, because I'm a Lapeer resident, and I want to see the surrounding districts as well. Thank you.
Sure. I'm sorry, can you say more about your last comment? You say you live in Lapeer County and you would like to see, I missed what you said.
Pardon me?
Your last comment, you said that you live in Lapeer County and you would like to see, I missed what you said.
Oh, when we talk about the school district, these are, I want to look at all the campuses. So we look at Genesee County, we look at the Genesee Intermediate School District. I'd like to understand the breakout of the different campuses, if you can call them campuses, that we have.
Thank you, first of all, for this information. Yes, we're going in a good direction.
Thank
It
you.
definitely helps me to understand better where we are and maybe what things we need to work more closely on. I think it's good for us to do a comparison of different colleges, but I also think as a longstanding institution that we should have certain benchmarks ourselves. And I would love to see, as we move forward, us narrow this gap where it's 69% white, 24% black, 7% other, and similar numbers as it relates to the county. But I would love to see these numbers be more diverse, and I would like to see, like over time, so now 2025, November, we're here. But come November 2026, I would hope that we've narrowed this gap. And I would hope that we've narrowed it significantly based on the outreach, based on the efforts of the college to make sure that, that there's access to college for students and families and whoever wants a college education. So I would love to see this 24%, this 7% be increased over time.
You'll see that every month. We'll track it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, speaking on behalf of the 7% other, if we could break out a little bit of what makes up the other, I would appreciate that.
Yep, we have American Indian, Alaskan, Asian Pacific, more than one race. And I want to bring this up because I have a little pushback from my team about the employee demographics with Hispanic, Latino, non-Hispanic, Latino, with that being ethnic and race. So what we're doing is we're combining. I would welcome your thought on that, Art. This is from the previous report, so we were just consolidating it. We were making it simple, but we'd be glad to break it out even more.
Well, you know, it's just, and I understand, you know, I'm white Hispanic, and there are non-white Hispanics, and there are
Right.
white non-Hispanics and black non-Hispanic. And I understand the difference between race and ethnicity. But as someone who has consistently found myself in the other category, it just doesn't speak to, like Genesee County has approximately 4% Hispanic, Latino population. I would like to see how those numbers are reflected on our employee as well. So that's my point.
So if we do have a number on that, and that was, I'll need to get updated, but it was 3%. But I need to start breaking that out even more because, like you said, there's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And at one point, I was chair of the Personnel Committee, and I had specifically asked for quarterly reports with that information and had received that. So those reports, I mean, do exist, and they are a little bit, you know, there's more to read. But I think it gives us a more accurate reflection on where we are and where we may decide that we want to go as a college. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Swanson.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to mention one other thing, and thank you for saying every month we're going to work towards narrowing this gap. But as I looked at this, and when Art said I'm in the 7%, I'm like, oh yeah, I am in the 24%. So when I look at that and I think this number, the 69% white, is almost 3 times greater than that of persons of color. And I find that it's really important to have representatives at a leadership standpoint or folks who are working in a certain capacity be representative of the population that they serve. So it should be very representative of the community in which it serves. And so as we move forward, I definitely want to see these numbers increase as it relates to the 24% and the 7%, because I think as a college, for those who are serving our students, it should be representative of the community in which we serve.
You're right. I think how we're defining the community is very important, and I think that was John's point, because if you look at GISD compared to our employees, it's 69 versus 66. In Mott students, it's 55. And if you look at what we define here as black, it's 24%, but Mott students is 20%, GISD is 22%. But as I was saying, we need to disaggregate this even more, and I will be glad to spend time with you on this.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments on that?
May I ask one other question, please? On page 1, for the temporary full-time workers, are any of these contractual workers?
Well, no, these are temporary employees that are employed full-time. So I don't believe, let me just check with Rebecca, I don't think that includes that. We don't have IC in there, correct? That's just temps. Correct.
So just, so
Mm-hmm.
So that would be like if you hire somebody to shovel snow, and they worked during the wintertime snowland show, they would be full-time, even with an entitlement to overtime, but they could be temporary.
So in this case,
You don't need that capability in the summertime.
right, and in this case, this is just faculty up here, temp full-time.
what's the difference between temp full-time? I mean, I understand part-time. I guess I'm trying to understand the temporary full-time.
So I know I had to unpack this myself, Kenyatta. So the temp full-time is basically when you have temporary workers, but they have a full load. They're teaching 3-4 courses. versus people that are just part-time.
Okay, thank you.
Robert, did I get a thumbs up? Is that okay? Halfway? Okay, please clarify.
He was trying to get me to come up because I'm up next. So as each term, the deans and the assistant vice presidents, everyone's looking at the enrollment patterns. And as they're looking at courses, we have both full-time and part-time instructors. There may be a need when we have demand to move some of the part-time folks to full-time for just that semester. So we've got 10 sections of sociology, 131 we need to fill. That's not really a course, 191 I think is. But so we would move some of those part-timers to full-time on a temporary basis to help meet that extra demand.
That's helpful, thank you.
I have one last thing.
Sure.
As we're breaking down the demographics.
You can stay here. If you're going next. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The percentages of males to females that are, because we can pull out our students, these same categories, same comparisons. How are we doing with regards to male v. female on our employment?
I'd be glad to get those stats for you. I've actually got them over there.
As we move forward.
Sure, we'll include that.
That's just something that I'd like to see as well.
Yeah, what we have in the briefing book, so we'll just incorporate that into this report. Yeah.
One last question. Is the coaching staff a part of these numbers? Is the coaching staff a part of these demographics and these numbers?
Are you referring to the demographics?
Of faculty?
No, not in the faculty. For the coaching staff is considered temporary, part-time employees.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? There you go.
No
Okay.
further questions? Robert, it's all yours.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. We look forward to adding more information as needed and being inclusive of a holistic report that covers all of the areas that you have interest in. And so we're focused on being data-driven and ensuring that we are transparent as well. So that's a tremendous improvement in more information in the reporting than what was previously disclosed. Thank you. Yep. And next, our Vice President, Robert Matthews, will review the enrollment update. Robert?
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening again, trustees. Just want to give you a quick update on the status of our enrollment for the winter semester. As you all may recall, we opened our enrollment for the winter on November 1st. We got off to a very, very good start in terms of enrollment for the winter. As of 11/19, that's the last snapshot that you had at the time the report was prepared. Our student head count for the winter was trending upwards. It showed at 17.2% credit hours, 18.6, and then contact hours at 18.3. Again, it's still early. The semester actually starts on January 10. We also, as a part of the winter semester, you may also recall that we have been doing something really creative in terms of what's called a mini-mester, which is really an additional term that is modified so that it occurs over a 3-week period. That mini-mester starts on 12/22. It ends on the 8th of January. And so those students are also a part of the winter count. We'll be, of course, giving you another update in December, and then usually, probably by the time we get to January report, we'll have a really good sense of how the numbers level off. We do anticipate that we're thinking we're going to be pretty close to where we were for the fall semester by the time these numbers level off.
Any questions?
Okay. Thank you all.
Excellent report. We're very excited about the growth in enrollment continuing in addition to the growth we saw in the fall semester. So thank you, Robert. Great job to all of our faculty and staff for supporting that tremendous growth in such a productive way, which they have. Next up, Dale Wayhill, Associate Vice President of Institutional Advancement, will provide the update for institutional advancement activity for the month of October.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Chair, trustees. You have the Office of Institutional Advancement report for the month of October 2025. As we usually do, we're going to start with the grants function. I want to mention that Ann Rennie, our grants manager, is in the audience. I thank her for her leadership over her team. We did receive 2 grants in the month of October. One is for supporting our Emergency Medical Services Academy, which will have 12 students. That's an $88,595 grant from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, so it's a state government grant. It was awarded on October the 8th, and it'll last for a year from October 1 of this year through 9/30 of 2026. The second grant is also in the area of workforce. This one is our Section 107 grant that we receive annually. It's the base funding for our adult education programs, and you can see in the grant overview column, there's some initials there. One is adult basic education, ESL, of course, English as a second language, and then GED are among those programs that funds. That's $486,012. It was awarded on October the 15th. It actually is backdated to begin on 7/1 of this year and will run for a year through June 30th of 2026. The note at the bottom left with the asterisk, as of the end of October 31st, 2025, we had 17 outstanding grant proposals that had been previously submitted, so they're still sitting out there waiting for some sort of determination by the grant maker, the funder. Those totaled $3.783 million. So the grand total for grants in the month of October, $574,607. For the fiscal year, the current fiscal year, at $714,607. You can see, and I've reported on this each month since July, that we have a pretty significant variance, a negative variance for the month and the date, and the year to date. Some of that is timing related. Some of that are grants that we received a year ago between July and the end of October that are no longer available, that we are currently still spending down, and several of those are quite large. The timing piece, though, you'll see at my next report in the month of December, where that fiscal year to date is going to grow to over $2.6 million as of today. I just took a look at the notes. So we are trying to make up for lost time, if you will, in the grants area. Happy to take questions about that at the end if you wish. The next segment of institutional advancement is the Foundation for Mott Community College. Lynetta Coney is the president of the foundation. She is also in the audience. Thank you, Lynetta, for your leadership over your team. You can see the month of October, the different categories: scholarships, events, unrestricted, other funds, employee giving. That totals to just over $53,000. The year to date for the foundation is $322,518.77. That represents a positive variance from a year ago, fiscal year to date, of almost $87,000. And then lastly, the Office of Institutional Advancement is also the primary area that handles government relations and lobbying, in addition to the president herself and her office. This is separated into state-level activities at the top and federal at the bottom. You can see that we didn't have any letters or emails that we sent to state legislators for the month of October in terms of meeting with state folks. I had lunch with the Chief of Staff to Representative Cindy Neely, who is a state representative representing the city of Flint, is her district. I also had conversation and back and forth communication with Senator John Cherry and his Chief of Staff, especially at the beginning of the month when they were going over the budget at the state level, coming to some conclusions between the House and the Senate and the governor, and spoke with them around items funding, the earmark that we had hoped to get for the greenhouse, which we ended up not getting this year, and some other things related to the state budget. In terms of other meetings, I led the effort, still leading the effort, to select a lobbyist for the college. We interviewed 4 different firms on October 8, 9, and 15, and we now have 2 finalists that we are carefully considering, looking at their references, the materials that they've submitted, and hopefully making a decision shortly. The other item related to state activities, was happy to work with our new Executive Director of Marketing and Communications on making sure we got the relevant public officials to our groundbreaking ceremony for Prawl, and so was able to contact Representative David Martin's office, Senator John Cherry, Senator Gary Peters at the federal level, and the office of Mayor Neely, and all of those individuals were here for that. On the federal level, not a great deal in the month of October. The government was shut down, in case you didn't know. But one of the reasons we did that is because we sort of did the lobbying up front in July, August, and September with lots of meetings, lots of phone calls. You all adopted that resolution that we forwarded. We really laid the groundwork knowing that there probably would be a federal shutdown, and indeed there was. The one thing I did do in the month of October was develop a spreadsheet with the President's help around any effects that government shutdown would have on our students, the college, and our community. It was minimal, if anything, really, in terms of direct effects to the college. The financial aid continued to flow. I think it's, oh goodness, what is it, Larry? It's, there's a name for that. The Pell Grants, but it's under like another name, but there's a number for it. So anyway, that continued to flow, and very little effect on the college as a whole. So with that, my report is complete, Madam President, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions?
One on the foundation. Yeah, there. Okay. Talk to me about what's that line. Talk to me like I'm 6. Okay. Okay. Take the scholarship line and walk me through those columns and tell me what those numbers mean.
So the top line?
Top line.
So in the month of October this year, we received, in donations that went into scholarship funds held by the Foundation for MCC, we have probably 200 individual scholarship funds set up primarily by private donors who want to serve a certain student population typically. So those individuals sent us, or donated, $7,179.39 for, I can't tell you how many different scholarship funds. It's probably a small number, given that's a relatively small number. The prior year, those individuals who had established scholarship funds in the month of October of 2024 contributed $37,537.30 to their scholarship funds.
And so there's a negative variance of $30,000 and some change.
That's correct.
That goes to a decrease of 80.87, and we're seeing the same trend in what's other funds? Just give me a quick off the top of your head.
That is a great question. Mrs. Coney, are you able to join me at the table? So unrestricted are donations that we receive, and you know this, John, but I'll just repeat it for the body and the audience. Those are donations that there's no tie to a specific purpose. Events are things like the event where you were a sponsor, the retiree, outstanding retiree, and distinguished alums. Employee giving, that category is specific to employees who work at the college who are giving as part of the employee giving campaign. And I'm going to try to rely on my colleague here if she can elaborate on other funds.
So I would like to firstly preface it by saying that we don't look at it as a deficit variance. Donors come to us depending on what their proclivity is. So perhaps last year, and I could go back and look at the record, that I had some new donors to the tune of $37,005.
Okay.
This year, so far, it's a matter of timing, it's at 71, 79. So you have new donor money and you have repeat or existing donor money.
Okay.
Other funds would be departmental funds. It would be, we classify those according to academic discipline, math and science, humanities, etc. We have faculty and staff and community who contribute to those. And then we have what is called mini grants, other funds, and they contribute to that.
Okay, and I'm asking because I don't know very much about fundraising, and I see that, and is that type of variance within their normal?
Well, I'll just say, in terms of when you look year to year, I usually look at bottom line because it's a matter of timing.
Okay.
Now, who knows what will happen next month? We know who we prospect with, but in terms of timing, at the end of the year, this is new for us to say, this is what's happening in November, this is what's happening in September, because it might make a fundraiser look kind of, it might make fundraising look bleak, but we look at the roll-up from fiscal year to fiscal year.
Okay.
But it does give you an idea about how gifts come in. And once again, they come in according to donor preference and timing.
Thank you for your insight in sharing that. I appreciate that.
Next month, I hope you'll see that line, because I have some prospects here, and hopefully you'll see a six-figure jump.
Okay, all right.
If that happens with that donor.
I'm for pluses.
Yeah, I thank you for the question.
Yeah, I'll mention just as a point of information that the economy also has a fair amount to do, especially with major gifts. If a major donor is uncertain about, the economic situation in the stock market and et cetera, sometimes they hold back. And we've had a pretty good run, but I do know there are some major givers that Lynetta and I have spoken to, potential major givers and major donors that are current major donors that have expressed some concerns about their portfolio and whether that now is the right time for them. So you'll see some of that as well.
Yeah, we just got to keep convincing them that this is the educational gem of Michigan.
We keep that case for support.
And we do have several databases of potential major donors, individuals, companies, foundations, others that we've been mining. And so we are definitely putting out proposals to new people, new organizations that we've never solicited before. Whether those come in, we don't know until we hear a rejection or we hear that the check's in the mail. So we're moving.
Fundraising is going to be it's important now, but it's going to be increasingly more so, I believe,
Absolutely.
Over the next 5-year period.
Agreed.
Thank you for this presentation. Dale, Lynetta, and the team, kudos. I mean, in this day and time, I'm sure, as I'll speak on behalf of the board, we're always pleasantly surprised when we can see these numbers and we see people still investing in us and you all still being able to get grants and also private donors to contribute to Mott Community College. So thank you so very much for all you all continue to do, especially for your creativity during this particular time that we're currently in. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I always say private gifting is a matter of asking people to open up their wallet or their purse to donate. And we see that we have had that kind of support. So thank you so much.
And I'll end with another plea. Some of you have made a donation this year. It is a best practice for members of boards to make donations to their charity of choice, and hopefully you consider the Foundation for MCC, which then benefits the college as one of your charities of choice. And we'll take donations from $500 to down to $5 and everything in between and above that. So please consider us at holiday time especially. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, CFO Larry Gothrop will present the investment report update.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening again, Chair Swanson and trustees. So I would like to present the quarterly investment update for the quarter ending September 30th, 2025. Next slide, please. As a reminder, as I've presented this in the past, there are two constraints governing the type of investments available to us. They are Board Policy 3130 and Michigan Compiled Law 389.142, which emphasizes, in this order, safety, liquidity, and return. Next slide, please. So the college has two operating cash investment accounts, Chase Bank, including a sweep, an overnight sweep that we just added a few months ago, and a Michigan Liquid Asset Fund, or MyLAF. The general fund has roughly $30 million in these two cash investment accounts, with interest rates ranging from 0, which is in our general checking, we minimize, to 4.92%. The maintenance and replacement funds are invested with 4 different financial institutions, allowing for diversification, enhancing safety. Next slide, please. And our bond funds are invested with Fifth Third securities across cash, CDs, and agency and U.S. Treasury securities, with interest rates ranging from 0 to 5%. The next slide. So our investment income for the quarter is across $898,000 roughly across all investments, and will be likely lower than the prior year due to anticipated interest rate cuts by the Fed. So most of our investments are tied to the Fed funds rate, and that's projected to go down again in December. For comparative purposes, the college received $3.8 million in interest in fiscal year ended 2025 and $2.8 million in fiscal year end 2024. So that's the investment update for the first quarter of our fiscal year.
Any questions? Thank you, Larry.
Okay, thanks.
Can I suggest we take a quick 5-minute break? It's been a few hours here. And we'll, about 5 minutes, then we'll reconvene. Okay, could everybody find their seats, please? That was a long 5 minutes, Art.
It was more like 12 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Where are we at? We're on the strategic plan, correct? Yes. Okay, you take it away.
All right. Welcome to Associate Vice President and Chief of Staff Marcus Matthews, and also Julie Kunzelman with Studer Education. Thank you for being here to provide the update to the board on current status of the strategic plan and review the first draft proposal for the board's consideration. Marcus, Julie.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It is our pleasure to provide with you the November strategic plan update. With me, as Sean just said, is Julie Kunzelman, our advisor on this plan and the one streamlining and running this planning process for us right now. She is going to take lead and go over some different information and slides you see on your screen, and then also go over the very much draft plan that you have in front of you today. So Dr. Kunzelman, go ahead.
Thanks, Marcus. Good to see you all tonight, trustees, chair, president, team. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you and share the update on the strategic plan process, and also to share the initial draft of the strategic priority scorecard metrics and strategic priority actions. As a quick reminder of our methodology, since the last board meeting, we've been working through phase 4, which is really to review, revise, share, and continue to iterate to get to consensus. Jordan, on the next slide, since our last board meeting, we did an internal feedback survey. This was invited all full-time employees, all faculty and staff, and trustees to provide feedback on the initial strategic priorities, metrics, and actions. We also have worked through with the employee commitment thought team and had multiple conversations with the executive leaders and or staff individually or in tandem. You can see those pieces there in those 3 bullets. We had about 1 in 5 employees or trustees participate, which was a total of 79 in that internal survey. About 1 in 4 accessed or engaged, so that means about 39 people accessed the survey but didn't complete it. And so what you see in front of you, well, in addition to the slides, is the proposed 2-year strategic plan. It's formatted into 2 separate sections. One is the scorecard or the key sustainability metrics, and the other is the aligned strategic actions, or what we like to think of as the organizational level winning moves. In your handout, you see the draft plan and presented in two parts. Before we move into that, I wanted to share a few examples of strategic plans. If you remember from the Committee of the Whole meeting back in August with Dr. Mary Spildy from ACCT, she provided you with 3 or 4 examples of more simplified strategic plans. So President Richardson Snell asked me to share some additional examples with you today as a board. And so on this next slide, what you see is an example of just the student success strategic pillar for SLCC. And it also shows with their student success pillar just the related actions. In the next slide, you see the 5-year plan for Baton Rouge Community College, not only their strategic pillars, but also their priority definitions and related actions. In addition to that, on their plan, you see the values, which would be equivalent to our MCC commitments, and then also a value proposition statement that they've included on their plan. And the next slide, and with the initial survey, I should say, we had a lot of internal and external stakeholders that participated in that survey that asked the question, how are we going to execute, right? How do we know we're going to make a difference with this plan? How will we know things are happening? Well, what you see here on this slide and kind of a mess is how Baton Rouge Community College shows that they improved, right? And so not all of these, but they recently presented this at a conference, and so their measures really help us see, one, the alignment, right? So they see financial and operational sustainability and how student credit hours and their cash aligns with that. You see the start of the transformation and the collaboration in a completers task force, and then some key outcomes with the awards that they've generated for student success, and then also this idea of a leadership framework that really aligns to that employee success metric. And so this is really referenced, this kind of how we're going to execute in the next slide, where you see that not only do we have the two sections of the strategic plan in terms of the scorecard and the aligned strategic actions, but it really helps us set the stage for how we lead, right? How we execute, how we implement the strategic plan. And so it helps us align division and department and unit level goals. It helps us create a system for short cycle review. This is what one of the trustees said to me, you know, I hope that we see how we can monitor progress every so many months or days. This is the method of doing that, along with the system that helps leaders and their teams continuously see how their role aligns to the overall goals of the institution, right? And so on the next slide, one more example, and this is from another school, Fletcher Technical Community College. They just were awarded one of the 2025 bellwethers for their strategic plan scorecard process. And so what you see on theirs is exactly how that 90-day update shows with a run date, or every 180 days shows with an update on the scorecard. But more importantly, there on the right side, that weekly leadership huddle, it's structured, it's efficient, it's impactful. Those are their words in terms of that red, yellow, green, which is really the progress monitoring. So we saw that in Dale's slides of the foundation, and kind of see that month over month, year over year. And so what this really does is really helps leaders and their teams really progress monitor on their specific actions. So I wanted to walk you through what this actually looks like. And this is an example that we used in this month's Leadership Development Institute to really help us understand what the implementation and execution around the strategic plan can look like. So in that next slide, what you see here is really the alignment of goals, actions, and processes. And we start with the strategic priorities, that student engagement and success, the employee engagement and success, the operational efficiencies, the community partners. That dashed line on the right, that's that improvement cycle. So that's that feedback cycle where we're having conversations about progress. On the left side, we're moving from the strategic plan, that is those 4 strategic areas, and we're going to start going up, right, to the operational, which is really how we know how our role aligns to those strategic priorities. So in the next slide, I'm just providing this example to you to say, let's say one of the strategic plan scorecard goals is about retention. We have it on there. These numbers are just made up. So let's say we want to increase fall-to-fall retention from 51% to 60% in the timing of this strategic plan. So that next slide then shows us what the next step could be, which is strengthen and build collaborations across internal systems, academic, workforce, student supports to create quality and expanded learning opportunities, right? And experiential learning opportunities for students. And so in the next slide, we've got to then ask, how will we strengthen and build collaborations? What does that look like? And how do we expand learning and experiential opportunities for students? Again, how does it look like? How will we know? How will we progress monitor? And we answer that question differently, right? Depending on the department or the unit or the role. And so we measure that differently. And so in the next slide, you see this is how we might measure it differently. If we look at foundation, then we might say to Executive Director to Coney, what kind of scholarships do we have that we can support students to fill that gap of what they can afford for tuition, right? If we look at advising, we might talk to Dr. Engel and say, what does that look like in terms of course offerings and how we're aligning with, or how we're having advising conversations with our students, right? All the way down to even Executive Director Clark with the Family Life Center. What support resources do we have for students that we can continue to provide? So if someone doesn't have transportation, this is what it looks like in terms of your work, right? That's all measured differently depending on the unit or department. And so the progress measure really helps us see whatever they're setting. It's the conversations around that to make sure we're all moving in the right direction, all aligned really with that goal of retaining students, okay? And so let's move into your copy of the proposed two-year strategic plan on the next slide. And I'm going to just remind us that this remains in a draft form right now. Why? Because we're continuing to solidify the measures. We've had good conversations around the measures. We brought lots of people together to talk about these, but we need to really ensure we have the correct baseline as well as the correct projection related to these. The second, although you can see the icons on your handout on page 1 of the handout, these are different than what we started with on this, so we're getting closer, but we still want to have conversations about, are these the icons that we want to move forward? And then I think the other is just related to confirming the location of each strategic priority action. And you'll see more of that as we walk through the slides, but that's why this continues to be in draft form. Our goal absolutely for you all to look at in December is to have it way ahead of that board meeting so that you'll have an opportunity to see everything. So in the next slide, we'll start walking through strategic priority 1. And I think we're a little bit out of order in your stapled copy. Strategic priority 1, just like you see up on the screen, is in your packet. It's just not in, it's not as page 2, it's a different page. We had really good agreement on that internal survey around measures and actions. So the actions, we were close to 80, we were between 86 and 88%. With the measures, we moved up to 85%, but we at least had a majority at 62%. So you see here, we've got the number of students served. We want to look at both academics and workforce to get the total number of students served here. On the next slide, you see on superimposed on that slide, 2 of the strategic actions, including implement a case management advising and student support model that impacts, right, our number of students served. We also see as the last bullet in that item, increased access, engagement, and student success outcomes for special populations. That was a conversation earlier tonight, but it really gives us an opportunity to close the gap on access and achievement for our students by making that a strategic action. On the next slide, we look at that increasing fall-to-fall retention. We've built a little bit from that dashboard that you all received a couple months ago, I think, from IRDS. They capture year 1 fall to winter and year 1 fall to fall. We want to be inclusive of the most students, right? So we've got another metric in there of all the rest of our students. So year 2 plus, fall to fall, really help us with that persistence and that retention measure. The next one is about completers. During the academic year, we have not only academic degrees and certificates, but also workforce completers. And you can see then, again, superimposed on this slide, the strategic actions that align with those 2 metrics. On the next slide, there are 2 additional goals, 1.4 and 1.5. These relate to increasing the number of graduates or completers. We're focused on transfer in this one. Don't want you to lose sight that for the workforce students, we're also looking at employment. That's just in a different section. And then 1.5 is related to student engagement. And again, when we look at all of the actions that we had great agreement on in the internal survey, they all align well to this. In the next slide, we show that it's not only the strategic actions in the student engagement and experience that align to this student success. There's also actions and operational efficiencies. In fact, some people pointed that out in the internal survey and their feedback. They said, well, these really should be in student engagement and experience, right? Or these should be with our employees. Well, it's really about the operational efficiency. The outcome hopefully will be better engagement for our students and our employees. And so here you see 5 different bullets that are really aligned to student success. And just like the infomercial, wait, there's more. If you go to the next slide, you see again that it's the community engagement and partnership actions that are also aligned to student success. So it really helps us see how integrated the work is across all the strategic priorities as well, because you can see not only how the alignment of the measures, but also the alignment of the strategic actions. In the next slide, we move into the employee engagement and experience. This one, we had good agreement around the metrics, 70 to 76%, and really good agreement around the actions as well. But a lot of the comments in this said, I don't like this measure, right? This idea of employee net promoter score. How willing are you to recommend Mott Community College as to your friends or family as a good place to work? But more importantly, we missed a lot of metrics around what was important to the people who provided feedback, which is one about care about me and value me, and the other was about providing professional development or development opportunities. So what we included as additions in the employee engagement and experience strategic priorities were 2 additional metrics around just those 2 things. So one is about care about and value me, and on the next slide, you can see just example items that would fit what that looks like for employees to respond to items that specifically align to caring about me or valuing me. And on the next slide, you see the development or provide opportunities for me, as well as continuing to use that employee net promoter score. And that's more for us to really get a gauge on whether or not our colleagues will recommend to their friend or to a family member, MCC is a great place or a good place to work. On the next slide, you can see example items that might or that align to that develop and provide opportunities for me. I went over this with the commitment thought team members that could make it on Thursday, as well as had some individual one-on-one calls with those who couldn't make it. They thought these were really good additions and really helped answer some of the questions that they had. And I think, earlier, one of the first things we did tonight was celebrate the work that Dr. JFF has done, and all of this really aligns to that idea of employee engagement and experience. On the next slide, we'll move into the actions that are aligned to those 4 metrics for engagement and employee engagement and experience. On the next slide, the metrics for operational strategic priority 3, operational efficiencies, processes, and services. We had pretty good alignment on these metrics, and also about 68% to 92% on the actions. We shifted some of the metrics in here to look at goal 3.2, which is the student credit hour during the calendar year. This is one way we budget funds, right, at the institution. When we looked at the information that VP Matthews reported on earlier with enrollment, we had a head count of about 4,725 that generated 43,829 student credit hours. Why this is important is it helps us see that we average about 9.3 credit hours, right, per student. And so if we want to focus on helping students complete their degree more quickly, right, then we need to know this information to be able to advise differently or to be able to schedule classes differently, right? So knowing this information as well as part-time and full-time, it helps us be able to change the way we operationally or efficiently do things, or even coach students to help them complete. On the next slide, you'll see we also added a communication items. You all have talked about this earlier for the board and the president. This really is about internal communications and summary. On the next slide, there are items that help us understand if we are communicating in an effective way. Now, it doesn't stop and end with the items, you all. When we have a survey, we want to have conversations with our teams about what they mean from these items too. So the number on the survey just gets us to a conversation with our teams to help us understand if we don't have a clear and understanding either what's not happening, and because they'll tell us, right? Or what does it look like if we do that well, right? But we've got to be able to get a metric that helps us have that conversation so that we know what's happening. On the next slide, we move into just showing the operational efficiencies actions and how they align then to that operational efficiency metrics. Final two. Strategic priority 4 is about community engagement and partnership success. Pretty good agreement, at least majority for the metrics, 59 to 61%, and then really good, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5 for the actions. And so you see those measures here. The total partnership measure with regard to total level of partners too, that's a measure that helps us understand not only the cumulative quantity of partners that we have, but also the quality. So when we think about a partner who not only donates resources, right, might provide equipment, but we might also have a donor, the same donor who serves on an advisory board, and we might have the same donor who also provides scholarships for students, right? So we want to look to not only at the quantity, but the quality or depth of partnership, and that's that level, what that level means. And then the last slide helps us see those actions that align then with the strategic priorities. I know it was fast tonight. I got a couple people who said I needed to be really quick tonight. So.
The only thing I want to add to what Dr. Councilman said is you can see everything that was shared in the PowerPoint is in this other printout that you have, which is an example of the strategic plan, very similar to the ones that were shared at the Committee of the Whole. Condensed, 2-year, shorter, with aggressive things on here, but part of that time frame that everyone agreed on for the Committee of the Whole, and some of those examples you saw with blank template. The categories are listed just so you have that information and something quicker and easier to look at.
So just to summarize too, each of these proposed strategic priorities has a set of measurable metrics that we would utilize in order to ensure that progress is being made, and with quarterly, the ability to take measurement and look at our progress on a quarterly basis as we move through the year. I also want to mention again the importance of incorporating these initiatives into our 2026 budget. If we don't have the ability to make any adjustments to our budget to the extent we need to reallocate certain funding to achieve certain of these objectives, we want that. We want to make sure to incorporate that into the budget planning process early. So having this completed by that January, February timeframe would really help us to be able to make sure we have the proper resources in place to achieve these objectives as they're set forth. I'm really very grateful for the work of the team. It was very important this be data-driven, measurable, and that it be simple and every employee can see exactly how their own efforts contribute to the achievement of each of the objectives. And I believe that we have accomplished that with this draft. More work to come. As you can see, we're still the metrics have been identified that we would like to use, but we're making sure that we have the right baseline number to start from, and then in systems and processes in place to continue to measure those quarterly as we move forward.
Yes, Art?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things that I wanted to ask about. And first of all, I mean, you know, we're 3.5 hours into our meeting, and this is a lot of information, and I'm thank you for presenting it, but it's a lot of information to try to absorb, to be able to do anything with. And I've made my position clear on having too many special meetings or committee, you know, but we started off this process with a committee of the whole, and it was a multi-hour, and we walked through a bunch of things. I see, or would like to see, similarly, that as we wrap up this thing, that it not be done in the course of a meeting, and it's because of the way our agenda is that this comes at the end of the meeting. We can't control how long the meeting is going to last, and you know, so those things occur. But if we have, I would like to ask that we have a committee of the whole, so that we can, with our next update, we can get that information, we can absorb this information, we can kind of go from there. So I would like to ask that happen. Then I have questions on on the slides that we had that showed aligned goals, aligned actions, and processes. I like those slides and the way they were laid out. The question that I have, though, is, and the one in particular that I have is where we've gone 4 levels up. So it says Foundation, Executive Director Coney, Marcom, VP Holdsworth, et cetera. Those conversations that take place with that is to be able for implementation, correct?
You got it.
So direct actions. When do those conversations take place? How are they incorporated into the strategic plan that we see that we are being asked to say yay or nay to? Do they occur prior to that? Do we see that laid out? Or are these things that are, well, you're asking the board for a framework, and then we'll fill in the details as it goes from there? Because, you know, a strategic plan should be a plan. And if this is information that is vital to that plan, then I think that the board needs to be able to be informed on that. So I'll give you a minute for that, and then I do have another question that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So what the plan is, right? So all of these would roll up into that. And so what happens with this is really every 90 days, as the president mentioned, we'll have strategic actions from the executive level, and then they'll have those, once those are set, right, about what are the actions they think are most important, then the conversation with their team of direct reports happens, right? So it's going to adjust, because if we're having those conversations as a team every time we have a team meeting, we need to be able to adjust those, right, about what's working, what's not working. And so we won't see that necessarily. We might see a red, yellow, green if we wanted to, but really the most that you'll see from here is the strategic priority action with the goals, because you're going to know every 90 days if the goal's moving, right? Because we can run those. There's going to be some exceptions to that, because we don't enroll all students, right, except in by semester, the credit. You might see a little bit of movement because we have workforce students that we would enroll more often, but it's really those ensuring that we have the metrics moving to have conversations around that. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
No, it does. And I would have an expectation that, no matter how solid our plan is that it has to be a living document. I mean, if it's going to mean something, it's going to have to adjust. But, I'm looking too on conversation that we had earlier as a board. Part of our evaluation of the president of the college is incumbent on this, and if we don't have the details on this, then we can't accurately say what targets are being hit, what targets are missing, and so that conversation needs to be part and parcel to the whole process. The other thing that I have, and sorry for going on, but thank you for whoever sent it out. Thank you for sending out the 99 pages. Very interesting read. I was able to read through it a couple of times to kind of familiarize myself with what was going on. But there were things that were noted in there that I don't know how they fit in here, but they were noted enough that it caught my attention. I wasn't looking for keywords or anything of that. I was happy to see a lot of the questions. Yes, this is being done. Glad to see it's continued. The commitment should continue to be there. But there were things that questioned the board, how we conduct things. I don't know how that fits into a strategic plan. I do know that previously, on a previous board, that we had that the top priority for the Board of Trustees is DEI. That was several years ago. But I don't remember if that was our strategic plan, if that was a statement that we had from the board, or how that worked. But if the conduct and operations of the board, they're important. They're important to the perception of the community. They're important to the president's conduct. I mean, she is responding to what we lay out for her, and then grade her on those things. That then affects her cabinet because they're responsible for the areas that she's put in front of them. So it all kind of cascades from how the board does its business. But I don't see anything in what we have laid out in the draft. And I haven't had an opportunity to read, through this draft thoroughly yet. But I don't see anything about that. I don't see anything about the perception or how we address the perception that we aren't as transparent as we might be. And that's not my opinion. I'm going by what were written by people who took the time to fill out the survey, and then further, because I'm good at filling out a survey. I'm not really all that great at, add the comment here. So it always impresses the hell out of me when I see that people have taken the time to go through and in detail, I'm just like, wow, I should have thought of that. Yes, that's a great point. I didn't see it that way. That's just not how my mind operates. But seeing that people took the time to take the survey in the numbers that they did and in the manners that they did, and then to further explain their thoughts and their answers, and specifically the conduct of the board being brought up, I'm like, okay, that's important. That's important. Not just from the people who have come in to give public comment, but from people who may never come in to give public comment. And this was their only opportunity, as they saw it, as having input on what's going on at Mott Community College. And I don't see that here, and I'd like to know how we incorporate that kind of stuff with that, and how, and I'd like to see us try to do that. So that we are moving in the direction that we need to recapture what we may have lost, perception-wise, with thoughts on what we will have to face in a couple of years with millage elections and other types of things that will be coming on where we're reaching out to the community. So it took a long time to ask, am I missing something on this? If I'm not missing something on this, how do we get it in here?
You're not missing anything, and I think that's a really good question, right? And so there are different ways for us to look at whether or not the community perceives us as a board in a better light, right? One would be we have a community net promoter, right? That they would recommend us as their educational and training. It doesn't tell us that the millage is going to pass. It doesn't tell us that we're behaving necessarily as a board, right? Which I think the comments that you're alluding to. But what it does tell us is they believe in us as the number one choice, right, for education and training. So I think I would ask you, I would ask you all to really help us define what you think that measure may look like if that's insufficient, right? Because I mean, when I think about how organizations measure whether or not someone is loyal, it's the net promoter item, right? Are you willing to recommend us? And so that's what we're using on this to try to uncover that, but that's collective, right? It doesn't single you all out. It's, do I trust it, right? But I think some of the metrics too that Dale and Executive Director Coney presented, are we increasing donations, right? Because I believe that that's part of the whole package. So you're right that you didn't miss anything. We've not singled out one entity, but what we have done is provide those all-inclusive, more of an umbrella measure that says, I believe in MCC, and I'm going to donate or I'm going to recommend it to other people.
I think you hit a very thought-provoking subject, and the reading I've done with them, I'm struck by the same thing as, oh my God, somebody took time to spend this much time to filling out this detail. And I'm wondering though that if clearly maybe the board needs a plan. That's separate from the strategic plan. The strategic plan's for the overall organization. And certainly there's going to be interdependence, but that may be something we might want to think about as we do that. But those of you that are here, that are going to be here for the next 5 or 6 years, this has the potential to be a lot of fun. You may not think so now. When we get into implementing a multi-year budget, you will be screaming bloody murder. But when you've done it and you see how it fits, and that the next step is a third year that's added on with the now year and 2 out years, and then you start looking at the real fun, which is ties between the strategic plan and the budgeting process. And you get one integrated package at the end of that, and it's work. Just going through something like a zero-based budgeting plan where you're looking at each activity within the budget and say, okay, what percentage of the activity expenditures here go to support a specific objective in the plan? How much we say these are our priorities? Let's see if we're really putting our money where our mouth is. And those are the things that really get interesting to do. So this is a good start. We're like a child starting to walk in this process, and the first steps are going to be wobbly, and we're going to change a lot of these definitions because we're going to get into it and find out there are things that we didn't think about collectively. There are going to be things that we thought were important turn out not to be important. But we'll make those revisions as we go. And at the end of the day, I think the college will be a lot better off with that system of data analytics to help it plan its year. We're being driven into a multi-year culture. The collapse of supply chains right now is driving us there. It used to be you could order a piece of heavy equipment, and you could budget within one fiscal year that entire expenditure. Not anymore. Now you order it, and that expenditure is budgeted over at least 2, sometimes 3 years, depending on the cost of the item and what the availability are. So we're dealing more and more where both our strategic management and our financial management is going to have to be based on a multi-year basis.
Right. But am I wrong in thinking that the strategic plan, because we are a governing board, is a statement of our priorities?
Of what?
A statement of our priorities. The way a budget is a statement of the administration's priorities, the strategic plan. Am I wrong in thinking along those terms?
My opinion, I think that's a gray line between priorities and goals. And I think at this first cut, what we're setting is goals. The prioritization process we will have to do eventually, but first we've got to set goals. And then we can decide, okay, what there are, and that's when you get into that's hard. I mean, it's easy to set the number 1, number 2, but what's the difference between 4 and 5? It's sort of like the college playoffs right now. And you're supposed to laugh at that.
I did giggle.
Okay, so, but believe me, it's a journey we're taking. And for the people that stick it out and stay here, you'll have fun while it's going on. You'll tear your hair out. You'll swear this is the worst thing that ever happened to you. But at the end of the day, you're going to be really proud of what you accomplished.
I want to mention, I echo what the trustees have said. Everything in the strategic plan can't be just success-driven. I mean, we have to identify areas of growth as well. And I think some of those voices that we heard in the 99 pages talked about some areas where we can do some things differently. It pushed us to consider some other alternatives. And I think that has to be included in the strategic plan. It has to be like a both-and type thing. In this, I don't want to just see like the successes and the ways in which we can engage, but I also want to see how do we improve on what we're doing based on the voices that were included in that survey.
Absolutely, trustee, and I think a lot of the actions from the operational efficiencies, process and services, they're as a result of many of those 99 pages, right? So it's our ability to empower our employees and teams to identify barriers that are getting in the way of success, measures that are clear and visible, right? Our ability to have systems that help us track a student from the time that they inquire with us all the way through completion. And oh, by the way, what does it look like when when we have case management, so that student has one person that they're engaging with, right? That's their person, because we know from research that if a student has their person on campus, they're more likely to stay. Deliver extraordinary service to each other. That's because there are barriers right now, or we don't do that well, right? And so please don't be fooled that these are in an affirmative. They're really uncovering exactly what you're talking about. So thank you. Does that make sense? Okay.
Any other comments, questions? Shonda, do you have anything?
Well, I'll just summarize what I believe to be next steps, taking into consideration Trustee Rhea's request for committee of the whole and spend more time with the material. We can look to find a date in December if, I think guidance from the board as to when that committee of the whole meeting should take place is important for us for planning purposes. We, as you saw, we still have work to do in terms of identifying the action plan items. So and finalizing the baseline metrics, and then identifying appropriate targets for those metrics going forward, and then of course the action plans to support them. So we still have that work to complete, which is on track for the December board meeting. And so we could have our committee of the whole after that stage is done sometime in, I guess, early January, first couple of weeks of January, after the December update, which would include a similar to what we've shown tonight, only with metrics filled in and the action plan items completed. It'll still be draft, but then it will be at sort of, I'll call it final draft stage maybe, and then the board we could use that version for the committee of the whole in early January or mid-January, or whatever we can get to work with your schedules. Do you have a sense of how much time you might like to allocate if you have a package similar to this? Actually, it will be more like this package to spend time during a committee of the whole. Would you want to do a half a day on a Saturday or a couple of evenings and allocate 2 hours or 4 hours?
I think this is something that we need to schedule on a day, like a weekend when we're free, that we're getting into the same trap if we're trying to run it in after work. Because I know when it's like, I've got like a 3-hour window and I start turning into a zombie. And I know, okay, I'm old. And, but I personally lean more towards the weekend because I think we'd get more done in the weekend than on 2 consecutive nights.
Well, why don't I, I'll get with each of you and we'll just, what works for you, what doesn't work for you. Then I'll get with Shonda and then we'll come up with a plan of when we're gonna have it. Then I can reach back to you people and see what works. Would that work?
That works.
Well, we can take a poll right now as far as weekends or weeknights. I think John considers, if I heard you right, John, that like a weekend day or, yeah. And Santino, what would, with your work schedule, what would that be?
So it's fine. We'll work it out.
We'll work it out.
Okay. Okay. Art?
Yeah, I keep waiting for the day I'm going to get my way.
I'm pretty open. I mean, with regards to whether it's in the afternoon or on a Saturday. And when I hear weekend, I hear Saturday. So, I can work with whatever. It just becomes day specific.
Okay.
So.
Wendy?
I'd rather do the weekend if possible.
Kenyatta?
Weekend, I prefer not to extend it over 2 days or 3 days. I prefer to just knock it all out.
It doesn't matter to me either way, so you want to try for a Saturday that works for everybody? It seems like that would be the majority. There's no oxygen out at 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning.
And my rate goes up on the weekends, so,
Yeah.
just so you know.
7 a.m. Okay, very good.
So we can start with that?
Yes,
Uh,
thank you.
Okay,
We'll look
thank
for
you, guys.
Saturday in January.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're to the closed session. And Carrie, I'd like to have you explain.
As indicated, I request that the board go into closed session under Section 8(1)A and 8H of the Open Meetings Act. I think it'll be 8H as it turns out, to consider my advice and opinion as to matters raised at the last board meeting and one additional related matter. I think the discussion we need to have and the questions the board will advance will be, it'll be much more conducive to that discussion to do that, where I can have a privileged discussion with the board.
Okay, with that, I would move to go into closed session for the,
I'll second.
okay, I wasn't done yet.
Okay.
But for the reasons Carrie stated, now you can.
By the way, it would be the board, me, Diane Cotter, John Gadola, that would be present in closed session.
Okay. Motion been seconded. We need to take a roll call vote for that. Any discussion?
Yes.
Art, did you?
I didn't know who made the motion.
I made the motion.
Oh, I thought you asked for a motion.
Oh,
You said I'd entertain a motion, and then she seconded that.
I thought it, either way, Ed, I made the motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Anything else?
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay.
On the motion to go into closed session for the purposes stated by Board Attorney Carrie DeWitt pursuant to Open Meetings Act, that would be Section 8(1)H.
Yes.
And the roll call vote. Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Dotson? Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
And Chair Swanson?
Yes.
I know
Motion passes.
that, I know that the Open Meetings Act requirement of a 5 out of 7 majority, a 2/3 majority is satisfied by this, so we can legally go into closed session. Thank you.
We will meet. Okay, we're back to open session. Board comments. Art?
No.
No, we're okay. Wendy?
No comments, thank you.
Kenyatta?
I'll email what I would like to say, but I do want to say kudos. Look, they're looking at me. Kudos to administration for a clean audit, as well as increase in enrollment. Kudos to you all.
Okay. John?
Just for a matter of clarity, I've taken a year-long contract at the city of Flint to be a consultant with them on infrastructure manager. There's no conflict with the board, so just I want to make you guys aware of it.
Okay, good deal. Santino?
No.
Okay. Candace? Okay, well, I wrote a big, long one here. I have no comments either. Meeting's adjourned at what time, Jordan?
Good night,
Meeting
everybody.
is adjourned 10:53.
Oh, no, I adjourned the meeting already. I already. I have got an ugly one.